All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our city council retreat on a Saturday, February 3rd. I don't think we're doing roll call, so we'll start right in with public comment in the room. There's a sign up somewhere. Yeah.
We don't have a sign up this morning.
Okay, all right. So I guess first person, they would just like to stand up and give public comment for 3 minutes? Yes. Awesome, yeah. Please go ahead. And then just state your name and the city you live in before you start. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Wally Pereira. I live on East Lake Sammamish Parkway at 148 East Lake Sammamish Parkway Southeast. I am a 50-year resident of Sammamish. Lived at that same location since 1973. I'm now entering my second 50 years at Sammamish. But the reason I'm here is to sort of represent the Lake Sammamish kokanee salmon, our endangered little red fish, which I have been passionately involved with over the last 30, 40 years. I am a member of the Lake Sammamish Kokanee Working Group, and also a participant of their scientific committee. I'm a fisheries biologist of many years. At any rate, the reason I want to speak a few minutes to you is to make you aware of the importance of controlling runoff from development. I've seen a fair amount of development taking place on the Sammamish Plateau since I've been here, and at times I felt that the city was not in sync with the realities of runoff and the importance of controlling it. And it goes back even before the time that the city of Sammamish was formed in the 1990s. A developer proposed a large development up here on the plateau, Chestnut Estates, this developer was then going to put a bridge across the Ebright Canyon. Ebright Creek goes through the canyon. It's a very steep and beautiful canyon that the creek goes through. It goes by my house, so I'm very familiar with the creek and all its changes and so forth. And over the years, I've seen an increase in the amount of runoff, particularly during large storm events that come down the creek. And runoff is very critical to the Lake Sammamish kokanee because they spawn in the creek, and in the fall of the year is when we get our storms, and that's when the fish are spawning. And I guess the message I want to leave you with, the overriding message, is that the lower part of the creek where they spawn, it can hold up nicely with a certain amount of runoff if it's properly controlled. It's the last 10% of runoff that comes down with the acceleration that causes most of the damage to the creek and to the eggs of the kokanee that have put in the creek earlier. So as you go through your deliberations, I would hope that you would keep that in mind and make certain that
Thank you.
Proper restrictions are put in place and that conditions are not made so severe that we get more runoff into the creek, because the kokanee salmon
Thank you, Wally. Sorry,
is
it's been
endangered and it needs your help. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mary, are you? Debbie?
Good morning, council and staff and public. Since one of the topics of your retreat today is to revisit your council rules, I feel compelled to make a comment about the way my husband, Councilmember Treen, has been treated over the past 2 years. When I was first elected to the Bothell City Council, we had a split council. At our first retreat, the facilitator focused on leading the council through exercises designed to look for common ground. This allowed us all to see how much we had in common, even though we had vehemently campaigned against each other during the election. And our staff focused our work in the areas where there was agreement and avoided areas where there was conflict. It was conscious. But what I really want to comment about is your discussion about trust and transparency. Right now, your rules are focused on authoritarian enforcement. But in my experience, authoritarian enforcement only leads to bullying and intimidation, and that is what we are seeing on this council the last 2 years. Well, frankly, according to those who've lived here longer than me, the last 40 years. But if you're really serious about changing how the council operates and to include trust and transparency, I believe there's 3 things that need to happen. One is grace. You have to give each other grace for having good intention. Every one of you was elected by a majority of the voters. Focus on what you have in common. And second, forgiveness. If someone crosses a line, don't immediately jump to sanction and make public attacks. We have a saying in business, praise in public, criticize in private. I think having personal conversations about perceived violations would foster much more trust than attacking each other in public meetings. Right now, the atmosphere is more like everyone's just waiting for a chance to attack my husband. Respect minority opinions. That's number 3. Remember that each of you was elected by a majority. None of you have more authority than anybody else. Many of the voters voted the same for each candidate, but they still chose to put my husband back on the council. He has just as much authority as anyone else on the council. So the most important element to me is working together with grace and forgiveness. The citizens of Sammamish are looking for positive work from you and evidence of common ground and compromise. Please move beyond the authoritarian enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise?
Good morning. Do you need me to give my address too, or we're not doing that? Okay, perfect. Continuing on from what Debbie
All right, I should have interrupted the last speaker. Could you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry,
Thank
yes,
you.
Denise Steele Darnell. And I've lived here since 2003 in an older neighborhood of Sammamish Woods. And that's part of why I have this passion. So continuing on from what Debbie had said so beautifully, by the way, I agree that we all elected you. I was, someone that definitely voted for many, if not all of you. And I want to just bring up the word upstanders. So that's something that I talk to people a lot about. It's one more step beyond being a bystander. An upstander is someone who takes that next step, even if it's unpopular, where they speak up if they don't feel comfortable inside their soul about what's happening. And so they will say, I'm not really comfortable with you saying that, or I don't really feel like this is a good conversation. What can we do differently? It's the opposite of groupthink. And I'm asking you to do that not only for your norms and council meetings, but also for how you're looking at the development. I know you've heard me the last several meetings come and talk, and I just really hope that you will go and look at all the land that we still have and think about the reasons why you moved to Sammamish, and go to Redmond and see if that's what you really want. Even though the popular group think might be to build this huge town center, is that what you personally believe in? I know many of you voted on an environmental standpoint, and this is so environmental. It has everything to do with what you believe in also. We also represent the majority of Sammamish. All of us are very well connected, and we've been asking people, how do you feel? This is what the town center is going to be. 2,000 to 4,100 large apartment buildings and houses, big shopping center. Yes, the streets will be crowded. And we get a shocking look saying, wait, what? We don't want that. Where's the freeway? Wait, we don't have light rail here. That's not why I moved to Sammamish. I'm so sad that you're telling me this. So please know that even though we're this teeny tiny group of people, we're just asking you to work with us and to rethink what you're doing. The number one thing is you're in charge, not the developers. They shouldn't be able to come in here and tell you what they're going to build, and you're asking them, please, can you make it 2 stories instead of 3? Or what color are you going to use? You can say, we don't want this anymore. We've rethought it, and we want a different type of future for Sammamish with real trails and the majority of trees. Do you know it's 120 acres that are going to be almost clear cut? If you look at all the paperwork, the tree ordinances aren't even going to make that much of a difference and will barely be there. We're talking saving 10 trees out of 200, and that's only for one small section. Is that what you all really want? Or can you please join us and be upstanders for your council and our community? Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, are you? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah, of course. No, go ahead. Yeah, we didn't have a sign-in today. Yeah.
I apologize for being a minute late. Lisa Steele, Sammamish. I wanted, hello council. Thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to circle back to the email I sent a couple times a few weeks ago, SB 1799, the Organics Management Act, parts of which have started already, parts of which are coming up this year. I think this is the perfect opportunity for the new Sustainability Commission, but I wanted to come today to also urge the entire council to become a little more maybe informed about the act and ways that you as a council could become actively involved with accountability and being a source of guidance and advice. So the composting piece already started on January 1st, that a lot of large businesses, possibly including schools in Sammamish, are required to be composting. And then the second big piece of the act that is starting on June 1st is a large styrofoam ban. So exciting. And a big piece of that is that any leftover stock on June 1st is not allowed to be used until it's used up, which is great, but does that mean that all ends up in the landfill? What do businesses do with that? So my hope for the council is the newsletter, being a source of advice, being that liaison between, thank you, Councilmember Howe, you connected me with Wendy at Republic. I've written to Ecology. I know they've been doing outreach since 2022 when the law started or the act began, but which businesses are required to start composting? Which schools, which restaurants know what's coming up in June? Can you guys be more accountable? Is there something on the website where I as a citizen could start to see what's going on? Could there be I know in the newsletter you had a climate focus, the last one or in the last couple newsletters. Could there be a dedicated page? Could citizens participate in writing a column with tips and advice, like very practical things? I would offer at the library, they often have great resources. Could the newsletter be there? Could there be a presentation at the library? I know these are all little things, but I think this is a way that citizens, that council people can get more tangibly involved with something that is really important, but all these little things slip through the cracks. And the last quick thing I'd say is I love that you offer this beautiful event, but you have plastic cups there. You use them once, they stay in the landfill for 1,000 years. So maybe you could try to commit to real or at least compostable. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Mary?
Good morning, Mary Wichter, Sammamish for 23 years. So you've heard a lot of good things about starting now, taking little steps, getting people involved. I ditto all that, and thank you, Wally. I ditto everything you say for stormwater, and I will talk about stormwater. But first, I want to start with something that's missing from everything we do and is needed in everything we do. It's called connectivity, and you need to have a context sensitive for it, because connectivity will work differently depending on the context of where you are, and it needs to be a factor in every project, whether they're doing road projects or doing environment or doing development. Every single thing needs to have connectivity, and since I know you don't want to put any more on your plate, I believe as council you could make one motion and say, we give direction to the city manager and city staff to say connectivity is important, it needs to be increased, and then you'll get more walkability and you'll get things. So every time anything comes in from the city, connectivity should be the first word that you think about. And then I did send a thing on Happy DVD about Curitiba, Brazil. In 10 years, that is the best stuff I've run across. I think there's a lot of lessons there. I hope you guys will read it in your time and learn and think about it. It's a green, sustainable city, world-renowned people in planning. So I've sent it to you again, and I did send it to all the new commissions as of February 1st, so hopefully everybody will see it. And then I want to use the rest of my time to talk about stormwater. I passed these out again. I think you've seen them once before. This was a regional stormwater presentation from 2017. All of council had agreed to it. They were just like, when we do it, we need to be able to get our funding or financing back. You may need to donate some land or gather some land in places to be able to do it. But what it is if you open up your sheets, there's two ones that have red squares. The top one has 48 squares. They're conceptual. They're like one per parcel. The bottom one has 10. If you don't start doing regional stormwater, you will end up with the stormwater measles, is what it was called. The measles, you don't want to have it. The only way to do it is to knock yourself early. So instead of having 48, you can have 10, and you need to think about where they are, where the land goes, how the development works. If you start it now, you can make a change. Just like Jaime Lerner says in the Curitiba, Brazil, he says, we had the courage to start. We had to demonstrate the effect. And he said what a few people did over 2 decades really, really made a difference in their city. So I'm asking you to do that. And then on the back page is the sub-basins for town centers. So the one Wally is talking about goes to Ebright, and that starts here. And I've drawn with a little Sharpie circling the first dot here to show you where it can start. So I hope that you'll do regional stormwater. It's not a new concept. It did not come from me. It's essential to do. And along with everything else you've heard from people today, we're asking council to consider what we say and take steps moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Did anyone sign up online?
Yes, we do have one pre-registered commenter. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. Okay, I will promote the commenter. Mr. Stickney. All right, you're muted.
There we go. Good morning, City Council members, members of the public, staff. I enjoyed the comments today, and not to repeat what everybody said in any way, but there's much common ground in my thinking in those areas. And all I would want to do is add a little bit of what Paul Harvey says is the rest of the story, not to take away from any of the power and accuracy of the comments. But in regards to stormwater, I believe that stormwater retrofit for past development will have a far greater impact on controlling runoff. It's my understanding that new standards have runoff and flow control equal to pre-developed forested condition, which is a massive standard. And flow is controlled, so it's spread out from a volume perspective. And on town center, I offer sort of a counter view here. Much of the town center is already cleared. That control isn't in place. We've been having runoff from it. When it is developed, what comes off the site will actually be less than it is today. So I think retrofit is huge, and I totally agree with the preservation of fish and to manage stormwater. About trees, I don't argue that there will be trees that come off the town center site about 120 acres. But keep in mind, and again, not to counter the point, but keep in mind how many acres were consumed by roughly 6,000 houses built in Sammamish over the last 20 years. It's over 10 times. It's like 1,500 to 1,800 acres. And the city's new development regulations, phase 2 and 3, have effectively reduced the amount of land in single family areas to be future housing by roughly a third. So I sent in some information that is pretty clear. And I'd just like to close with a little bit about the sound of silence. In Sammamish, what our community hasn't done is we haven't got objective, authentic housing needs that our community needs are for lifetime and legacy. I've been advocating to get that data and compare consequences of what happens if some of those needs are met or not across the board, and then get informed input and then choose a direction that is most desired based on authentic need and consequence. Appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you everyone for showing up on a Saturday to make comment. We really appreciate it. I'm going to pass it over, I believe, to Marilyn, or maybe Scott wants to say some things.
Just while Marilyn is queuing up, just a couple quick housekeeping items. Just for remind everyone, if you're going to speak, please grab the mic and press the button so that it turns green, so that those online can make sure to hear what's being said, and for the recording. And then also, as a reminder, there's sustenance at the back of the room, and I don't want to steal Marilyn's thunder here, but you should feel free to get up and move around if you need to, and we will continue on, and there are scheduled breaks in the process. So with that, Marilyn, please take it away.
All right, good morning. And certainly make yourself comfortable, and if you need to take a break, let me know. There are breaks factored into the agenda today, so you will have time to get up and walk around a bit. So for pretty much most of all of you at the table have seen me before. For anybody else, my name is Marilyn Beard, and I'm a consultant. And I didn't touch anything, honest. So I had a 37-year career in local government, retired in 2019, and have been doing consulting work since then, mostly council retreat facilitation like this. And so I'm happy to be here again with you. So it must have worked out okay in the past because you invited me back. That's always good. So I have just a couple of things to set the stage. And some of this you'll say, why are you telling us this again? And that's because it's good context for your conversation, I think, today, so that you remember why you're here and what this is about. So go ahead. So we are going to have the city manager in a little bit is going to talk about the work that the leadership team did on the goals and where they were trying to refine them, and they stumbled a little bit, and I think that we're going to try to unstumble what they came up against with the existing work plan goals and objectives. You'll get an update on the 2024 work plan and a sneak peek at the 25-26 work plan, what your executive team sees coming down the line. And of course, that is subject to change, but it will be the basis for the way that you talk about the 25-26 biennial budget. And of course, that will change as you go through your budget deliberations. We're going to do a review and refinement of adopted goal statements. Make sure that the goal statements that you've adopted by resolution, if there's some tweaking you want to do to it, today is the day. And then objectives and I have a little question mark there because that's where we kind of ran into some confusion about what's an objective and what's a work plan item and so forth. And Scott will talk more about that. But most importantly, I'd like to lead you in a conversation about how to measure success. How do you know if you have a goal? How do you know you're getting closer? And you all did some homework on that. You did a lot of homework on that, so we'll be using that. And then we'll be working through that. But
Marilyn, if I could really quickly, I think Councilmember Stewart wanted to share something out before we get too much further in the process.
thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted folks to know why I wasn't in the room. Just that I am sick, and in this case, not sharing is caring. So I just thank you for that.
Thank you for that. And if you feel like you look a little flushed, if you feel like you need to step away, please do.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did test positive for COVID, so I'm keeping it. I'm quarantined at my house, so thanks.
Okay.
I'll try to make it through the day.
Feel better. So now a few words from your facilitator, and this is the repeat of what you've seen before. Okay, this is the strategic planning process, and remember, this is pretty common model that is used by many organizations and many cities. And you start with your community vision, which is your where you want to go in the long term. That is where it's not in a year or 2 years. It's really a 10-year, 20-year, 50-year goal. And you just updated your vision statement, so we'll take that into consideration. And you adopted that vision statement that talked about what you see this community being. From there, you are working on your council goals, and one of the things that we'll try to do is to make sure that your goals comport with the vision statement, and try to get to something that you can use and is appropriate for you. Out of your council goals, then you get all these master plans. That's where the staff starts coming in, and there's public safety plans, infrastructure, transportation master plans, all kinds of things like that come out of the council goals and that guide where you want to go. And then you will go through a budget process, and you will allocate resources and make some choices about what you want to fund. And that's how you will, really figure, talk about how you're going to resource your goal statements. And then you get a work plan from that. Okay, so the staff has a work plan. You pass a budget, there's things to do, and that you get a work plan from that, and then you work the plan. Then the staff goes and does the things that are on the work plan, and they'll report back to you periodically. You'll find things that'll come back to you. And then you start implementing through your budget and through your staff. You start implementing the things that you said you wanted to do. And then, and this is where I think we're going to spend most of our time is talk about, so how do you know you're getting there? And so, how do you know that you're getting closer to your vision? And so that's something that we'll spend some time talking about today. This is cyclical. There's the big planning process, your big comprehensive plan update that only happens every 10 years or so. So you don't update who you are on an annual or biannual basis, but you do resource allocation every 2 years, right? And in between too, through your budget process. So there's a shorter time frame for that. So that's just a reminder. And then during this, and there's an overlay of community involvement. And I saw a lot about community involvement in some of your comments that you made. And so that's important to you. I see that. So thinking about how you overlay community involvement all the way through the process. And then this is my famous flight plan. It says, you are here. And this is a sort of a continuum of what your role, as the role of elected officials versus the role of staff. And it starts on the left at the, the big picture level, 40,000 feet high. And that's where you're working a lot of the time. Air's a little thinner up there, it's kind of hard. But that is where you are setting policy. You are setting strategic goals. You'll prioritize through the budget process about what you want to happen next in order to meet those things. And then at some point, it starts to shift away from council and down and to the staff to actually implement things and do things. And so, there's you have a city manager, you have department heads, they manage the work. You have projects, you have the day-to-day work. And I will say that there's a sticky middle here where sometimes one of, either the elected officials cross the line or the staff cross the line. And particularly when the elected officials start getting into the details of what the staff does, what kind of concrete to use or what, how you do that, then sometimes you're maybe a little bit out of your range. And that's what you need. That's why you have a city manager. You work through the city manager and make sure he holds his departments accountable to what you want them to do. So this is also the part where I find that many councils struggle, in particular new members. You're a pretty well-established council, and so I think you know pretty well where your limits are. And so that's kind of what that is now. Okay, in your packet, I just want to say, I was getting ready for this, and I kept looking at the packet, and I was having a really hard time because it changes orientations and as you go through it. And but you have an agenda that's on page 1. There's a cover memo that I hope you had a chance to read from the city manager, and he's going to basically talk about that, what he was saying in that memo. You have the 2024 adopted work plan and the 2025-26 preliminary work plan. This is very preliminary, so this is just early on in the process. You have council goal put on goal statements and measures of success. That starts on page 22. Then the staff took your comments, which were a lot, and tried to synthesize common themes so that it was something that we could get our arms around today and talk about. And maybe it's not every single thing that you said or intended, but we can fix that along the way. But I thought they did a pretty good job of synthesizing some of the themes. And then the last thing you have is the material for your council roles and rules of procedure. And so so we expect to go to 3:30, which is when the other part of the meeting starts. There'll probably be a break, right? And we'll go, if we get done faster, great. But we need to get done by then. And I was looking at the timeline and how many minutes there are in our actual conversation time, and it's tight. So we'll be moving through the 7 goal areas fairly quickly. I'm hoping not to push you too much, but I will a little bit, just so that we can move through them. And staff's going to be taking notes as we go. And so I thought a word from the city manager would be good right now to maybe talk about where they've been and where he's been working on the goal statements and the work plans.
Thank you, Marilyn. So council, as I've shared with some of you individually that I've had the chance to check in with, as well as sort of collectively in the memo, the leadership team took a run back at this. We had an all-day retreat where we were going to try to tee up for this process. And we started looking at the goals and objectives and the draft measures that we were trying to work through last year and couldn't find collective success. And so when we were going through that, we were struggling a little bit because what we were realizing is we all had best intentions, but a lot of those objectives and some of those measures were things that are outside of city control. And then alternatively, a lot of the other components were items from the work plan. And so when we started, the leadership team really struggled trying to find a way to say, how do we try to reshuffle these things to get at some of these pieces? And I know council was a little frustrated last year when we couldn't actually find success to get to an end statement. And so we took a step back and said, well, what are we really trying to do here with the goals are fairly set, and you all didn't really have a lot of comments about the goals. However, when we get down to the next level, really, what is the purpose of doing this next level? And what we sort of talked through is that this is really for the community to know how are we going to define success working towards our goals. And it should be for the next 2 years. I think Marilyn shared the goals can be longer term and should be, and they should reflect that comprehensive plan vision. So our goals are going to be these longer term pieces, but then it's really about over the next 2 years, how are we going to measure our success and define it so that we can communicate out to our community that we are making progress or completing components that get at those. So at the end of the 2-year cycle, and the cycles are lined up around when there's an election, the council reformulates. We go through that 2-year period, and then there's another election. So those goals and those definitions of, and this is what we came up with, or maybe it's me. So you can be frustrated with me if this goes totally sideways. But I started saying, well, we need to be able to collectively define what does success mean. How do we define it? And if we can define it, then we can figure out all the pieces that need to go into that. And for the dashboard that you all want for your community, that we can easily plug those components in and then share out as we go through the process how we are getting to those success definitions. And it all layers down to resource allocation. And so as we move, this process right now is really leading us into the biennial budget that you're going to see in the fall. And these components that we know are coming and at least we are planning for based on where your direction is to date, that's what you should see in the budget that comes forward in the fall. So we were trying to line all these pieces up, and so that's why we asked you to take a step back and just start with, can we collectively define what success looks like for each of these goals? And so the leadership team came back together after you put your all your information in, and we tried to collectively find, and I think one of the speakers shared earlier, where are areas of commonality and where are the highest areas of commonality, and stepping down from there, because those areas of commonality should be the drivers of, this is our, for instance, our highest priority measure of success for this goal. So as we work through these, that's the approach that that we took as your leadership team to try to put you in a position to work through these and give us clear direction as we move forward, as we start building the biennial budget, and as we start allocating resources and staff time on the projects and the components that you all want to have happen. So the next piece we're going to start working through is we're going to share out the current work plan, which will be reflective of the biennial budget that was passed in the fall of 2022, with a few tweaks here and there based on what we know to be true. But moving forward and thinking about moving forward, there are components that, for instance, I will use, Councilmember Gupta was asking about the non-motorized pedestrian plan. And that's one of those pieces that you'll see on the 25-26 look ahead, and you should expect to see that funded, proposed to be funded in the biennial budget when it shows up in draft form for you all. So really linking these pieces together to say, we know that's something where council wants us to go, we're gonna put it, the pin in it, and it'll show up in the budget, and then starting in the next biennium, we will be taking that on as a work item. So hopefully that sort of linkage from step to step to step gets us to to these definitions of success, which then we can clearly articulate for the community about how are we achieving success over this next 2-year period. And I think in terms of trust and transparency with the community, I'm hopeful that this is a really key point that we are, and we talked at the leadership team level, that we de-government our speak when we talk about these broader pieces, that we really try to make it in the clearest language we can and take out the acronyms and some of the pieces that when we're working with it all the time, it just seems like everyone should know. But if you bump into someone at whatever grocery store you choose to use and you ask them about it, they're going to give you a very blank look. And so how do we make it so that it's really attainable for our community to know what are we working on, and when we get there, what does it mean? So hopefully that makes sense. That's a lot of words all up at front, and hopefully it'll make more sense as we start to move through the process. But that was the leadership team taking a couple of different runs at how do we really make sure that we get clear direction from you all, and that we know we're on the right path, and that we can share that out with the community that we're on the right path.
All righty. So moving forward, just a couple of things. I always do this, and it's how the meeting's going to go. I will say that it's not like everybody knows how to do goals, and it's a really, governing body, cities. They do struggle with goal statements and understanding the difference between goals and objectives and, measures and things like that. I facilitated the Kirkland's goal process, and that took years. And they haven't changed their goals much since. So once you sort of make it through this very painful process that you're going through now, try to get to something that you can sit with for a while. That would be a very good thing for you. But in terms of today, this is an inclusive meeting. Everybody participates. Everybody has a chance to talk. And diverse opinions are valued. If you disagree with somebody, take a moment to maybe ask some questions, make sure you understand what they're saying, and before you, put in your other view of it. So be present, be here. So take your cell phones and make them quiet if you can. This is the council's retreat, and you are going to work together toward your meeting objectives. The staff is here to provide support to you in that process. So we're going to bring them in and ask them to be part of that, to provide information, if you will. So be good to each other and to staff. Be patient. Be nice to the facilitator, and everything will be fine. And so part of my job is to make sure that if things get a little tight or uncomfortable, is to get those things resolved as well as I can. Okay? All right, so with that, then, let's see, what time is it? 9:13. And so I think we can go ahead, and we had this actually for 10:15 is the Sammamish, the work plans. Okay, so now you're going to have an opportunity to get some staff presentations about the work plan and what's in them for 24. And remember that the 24 is already adopted, so if you're thinking about trying to add something to it, then you should think about what else you might take off, or how you might fund that. 25 work plan is a work in progress, and as you have your discussion today, new things will come up that staff will hear and that will be reflected in the work plan. All of this is a lead up to the budget process, 25-26 budget process, which is where you sort of the rubber meets the road and you fund the things that are your highest priorities. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to whoever goes first, and see, Andrew, you can moderate that.
Thank you, Marilyn. So, Council, we are not going to read everything that is on here. We have picked out a few items in each one for directors just to give a sort of a broad overview of what the project is and why we're doing it as we go through these. and would welcome questions as we go through if you're not clear about anything that we're doing. But we're not going to touch on everything just for the sake of time and for your sanity. So with that, Mike, remind who's up first.
That would be me.
All right. Rachel, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. I am going to just touch briefly on a couple of things under this goal. Fleet electrification, I know, is of interest to all of you. So we have the initial assessment of the existing fleet is complete. The market analysis is underway, and the project cost phasing is also kicking off. We are currently on schedule to be before you for the first briefing in April. So that is moving along. Another thing that we wanted to highlight is the Sustainability Commission. Next week is the first meeting. I know we're pretty excited about it. That meeting is going to focus a lot on housekeeping, as you can imagine, the purpose and OPMA and public records and things like that. But we are excited to start working with them to build out some of the CAP strategies that we've talked about, and really focus them on community engagement and how can they really be ambassadors out in the community. One of the things that you'll see that we're kind of excited about is the Sustainable Sammamish Guide, right? How can we, with the assistance and the leadership really of the commission, identify that one-stop shopping here in Sammamish where we have, what every community member can do to help us achieve our shared goals around climate. So I'm excited to get that underway next week. I do want to shout out to Rose here for all of the work. It is a lot of work to stand up a commission, and she's been doing a fabulous job. And then just finally, real quick, you'll see down there E2 is the Urban Forest Management Plan implementation. We are starting with that with a right-of-way tree study. We have some pretty significant issues with trees in the right-of-way, and we need to understand how much of that is due to potentially climate change, how much of that is due to how we are installing trees, all of that sort of stuff. And that's really a foundational study for us to do to move forward with figuring out how the public trees in the right-of-way can be happy and healthy and really contribute to that overall canopy that we all share and want to have. So I will say that the UFMP is a very aggressive, very aspirational document with a whole lot of things, and we are going to work with the commission to see how we can right-size that with our existing staffing and other resources. So there's your highlight on the environment.
All right. Any questions for Rachel on those pieces or any other of the components? For the most part, we are not focusing on the capital projects. I think those are fairly self-explanatory. We're happy to answer questions about them if you have them.
Thanks. I have a peculiar question. I know that we, all agreed to Tree City, makes total sense. And I wondered about keeping the goal, but losing the Tree City designation and saving us money at the $2 per capita. Because I don't know where that money actually goes. It goes somewhere. And maybe we get some advantage to that I don't understand.
My understanding about the per capita is just to show that you spend that much money on trees in your community. So it doesn't actually go anywhere.
Okay,
yep.
thank you.
So, and that is one of the things that the Sustainability Commission will become the quote unquote tree board as well. And that is one of our work with them is to get that.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions about the environment piece? All right, Mike, next goal. All right, goal 2, trust and transparency.
I'm going to kick this one off with a preview of what we're going to be coming to council with a little bit later this month.
Hold 1 second. I see there's a, Councilmember Stewart, did you have a question?
I just, when talking about the urban forestry management plan, just wondering if we're also going to be looking at that with the overlay of our safety look, because I think we have some tree ordinances that may be in conflict with the current guidance in terms of urban forest fire management work, and if that's part of that or if that's something that will come later.
It is all connected, council member. So we definitely understand that resiliency is a big part of the CAP, and we need to understand how all of those play together. I know that in 25, 26, we're looking at the tree ordinance, and that is going to be something that we'll be looking at, as well as how do we ensure that there aren't those conflicts.
Awesome, because I think we can still, achieve our goals of increasing our canopy. It might just be where we focus that has to change. So appreciate that.
Okay, great. So as I was saying, the first item here is on the citywide resident survey. And as I was mentioning, this is going to be a preview as we are committee council later this month to give a little bit more detail on it. But what I can say now is that we're going to be completing this survey this year, which will help us identify areas of the city where things are working well and maybe areas of improvement, which can then help us to inform our 25-26 budget process. We've hired a firm named Polko who has conducted their national community survey for hundreds of communities across the country, as well as regionally in Issaquah and Mercer Island, as well as others. It covers 10 facets of community livability, such as mobility, safety, natural environment, inclusivity, and others. Survey materials will be translated into our most common languages. You can take the survey by paper copy. You can take it online. It'll also come with a very comprehensive dashboard that we can post publicly. The last time we did a survey was 2018, and before that it was 2016. And both times we used the same survey provider that we've contracted with this time. So that really provides us a nice baseline that we can compare where our survey was most recently done 6 years ago. And yeah, so that's a quick preview. We'll be with you on the study session on the 13th and happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Oh, there we go. The button is a bit weird. Mike, I had a question about the survey. Are there questions on the survey that relate to how the public feel the council is doing? Like not staff, not city administration, but how do they feel? How trustworthy and transparent are council?
That's a good question. I'm not sure it gets to the level of council. I would have to double check. There are quite a number of questions on the survey, but it does talk about residents' opinions on city leadership and management, which would partially include council, but maybe not that specific. What we do have the ability to do is ask 2 to 3 custom questions, about a half-page worth of questions. So we're in the process right now of developing those. And if there's anything missing, we can try and wrap that into the custom piece of it.
I think at some point it would be useful for everyone, for the community to be able to give that type of feedback to us and for us to hear that kind of feedback too. So if we can have an opportunity to kind of design some questions around that, that would be interesting. I think that would be really good information from all of us at this time to kind of check in on where we feel our kind of democratic processes are and how our residents feel about that.
Thank you.
My question has to do with, do we have any questions around human services requirements or needs in the community, given the fact that it's been a really long time since we've updated that survey for human services? So would love to know if there's like some trending information that you might be able to pull from it if you can't add too many extra custom questions.
Right, so this is kind of a benchmarking survey. So we have standard questions that they ask more or less of all communities, and we can tailor them a little bit, like if we don't have a sheriff's department versus a police department, and we can tweak the wording of certain questions, but in order to maintain the ability to benchmark to surrounding communities, we kind of have to ask those similar pieces. So where we really get to play with are those custom pieces, and yeah, if that was something that council wanted to try and determine more information about, we could look at adding a custom question for that.
Councilmember Train.
Mike, were you going to speak on the APAA Public Works accreditation piece of that?
That was not on our list to highlight today, but Scott, maybe.
Could you give me a little input on what that is and what's going on with that, please?
Sure, Audrey, if you would.
I'm happy to speak to that. That's on the 25-26 year work plan, and that's the American Public Works Association accreditation process that we are taking a a preliminary look at this year and just taking a self-assessment to see how we may align with other departments across the state and the nation. And then looking ahead to see how we can fall into possible accreditation. It's a multi-year process, but foundational work is happening this year and next year with setting level service across the department, from anything from vegetation management, snow and ice control, and pavement management. So some of these pieces are already happening this year.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, who was next on this?
That would be me. I just wanted to briefly, I know the sustainability dashboard is something that has been of real excitement for the council, and that is another opportunity for us to work with the commission, help provide some recommendations to all of you on what should be on that dashboard, and then when we measure things, right? Some of our sustainability goals are long-term goals. And so really the commission's going to be a huge asset in pulling that together and providing some recommendations to you later on this year.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, I found out yesterday that Mercer Island has a new one and is in the process of standing that up and is offering to do some demos and help on sustainability dashboard. So I can try to make that connection with the council member that shared that. So maybe be able to give us a little bit of a leg up there.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, reuse, it's part of our sustainability, right?
All right, Mike, do we have any other presentations for?
Yeah, I think Jim was going to highlight the IT strategic plan.
Yes. Jim?
Hi, good morning. A couple of initiatives for the IT group, internal. It's working, or need to be closer? Okay, sorry. We are going to be going through a process to develop our information technology strategic plan. And really what that entails is working with each of the departments and their subject matter experts and garnering their understanding and their direction of where they're going with their particular lines of business. And then the technologies that are associated to that, whether they're new or existing enhancements, that sort of thing. And we'll document that and then bring that back for review. The other initiative that we're participating with is the My Building Permit, which is associated with the eCity Gov Alliance. Now, I'll give you a little bit of background on that. The eCity Gov Alliance is an organization, a group that was founded by 6 founding members, agencies on the east side, Sammamish being one of them. And the group helped develop and support a My Building Permit portal that helps each of the agencies intake their building processes and their permitting systems. One of the things that the group has been hearing from many of the Eastside agencies is that there's a need for a back-end system. Currently, it's just a portal that then feeds each agency's existing system. In our case, our system on the back end is called Trackit. And what the agency is looking at is developing a back end system so that they have both the front end and the back end. Now, what that entails is that the city of Sammamish would have to explore whether or not we want to participate in that. And of course, that would mean funding to move that forward. So what we're doing right now is going through an evaluation process, and then as we do that, we'll be coming back with numbers and then coming to council to discuss the situation and see whether or not the city of Sammamish wants to reinvest in the process.
She's good.
Okay. Councilmember Farrell?
Jim, not being any way, interested or capable around technology, can you kind of enlighten me about how would that portal on your end, the back end, how does that help? How would that make things runs more smoothly,
Sure.
help all that? Yeah.
So currently, most agencies are leveraging existing software, existing back-end systems. These are commercial, off-the-shelf type systems. And of course, with a commercial type system, there's always sort of an 80-20 rule where we get about 80% of the requirements and the functionality out of the system. And then the agencies individually have their workarounds. The goal, obviously, with this custom developed back end would be that all of the founding agencies would get exactly what they want in a permitting system. That would be the benefit.
And Jim, just would it also be more consistent across communities for customers?
Yes, absolutely. They would continue to have both that front end and back end similar experience across the agencies.
And my question is around EMAC. So Emergency Services has a ton of cybersecurity courses that I see them come into my email. I attend the meetings, but should I be forwarding that to you guys? Do you already know about them? I don't want to duplicate what you already know.
So we're participating on a daily basis, if you will, from a cyber security perspective. And so there is a statewide group called ASICS, Association of City and County Information Services, and we all participate in that. We are participating at the state level with the state CIO, and their CISO, which is security
CISO.
related.
I know.
Yeah. So yes, we're well involved with that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Ma'am?
So on the work plan is the IT strategic plan. Do we currently have a strategic plan for IT?
No, we don't, as a matter of fact.
Okay. Why is that?
So one of the areas that the IT organization was moving forward with was developing a strategic plan about 3 or 4 years ago. Unfortunately, there was the cyber event, and that basically took the wind out of our sails. We had to take a step back, reshore up all of our infrastructure, which was in essence a ground-up restoration process. And that has kept us significantly busy in not being able to address a further look at the strategic plan down the road from a systems and applications perspective. We now have a stable and a good security posture in place, and that's going to allow us to move forward with this applications-focused strategic planning.
Thank you. There's where is this? The background policy? I don't think this is for you. I think this is for Mark. Could you enlighten me on that?
Sure. As part of our hiring practices, we do a background investigation or look at each final applicant before they're employed. And one of the things that's very important is to have a good set policy on what you're looking for there. So if you get things that come back from a background, you have a clear understanding of what you see coming back and whether or not that's acceptable or relevant to why you're doing the background for a job. And this process is just updating and really bolstering our background policy now that our current HR has been stabilized as well over the past year or two, to allow us to make sure that we are consistently looking at these things as they come back and as we take a look at them to hire people. It's a pretty standard practice to have a good sound policy, and this is just going to allow us to do a deeper look at it and make any corrections that we deem appropriate. Because also over time, sometimes things change as well in terms of things that are important and relevant in public employment.
All right, I think we had one more item.
Good morning, Council. I'm going to cover the Arts Strategic Plan. And as you know, this year the city will be working on our first Arts Strategic Plan. The Arts Commission was formed in 2003, and while they've done a lot of great work with changing commissions, it's important that we have a guiding document. And we were in front of you earlier this year. We showed you what the request for proposals looks like, and that has been published. And we hope to get proposals back by the end of this month and be able to interview a consultant and negotiate a contract and bring that forward to you in May, and then start working on this in the summer. The big pieces of the work will consist of first understanding where we are today, what we have accomplished in the last couple of decades, and then understanding where the community would like to be, understanding from council and the commission and staff on what the goals and policies should be, and then putting together a framework for anything that is picked up to be consistent, whether it is permanent art or programming. Another piece of that will be also trying to understand the budget that we would need to do this work, and then finally assessing the staff support that you currently have and what you would need in order to make that possible. So that, in a nutshell, is what the strategic plan hopes to accomplish. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Anjali. All right, next up, safety. Mark, I think it's the Mark show for this one. Yeah.
So it's been about a year and a half since we've had the evacuation study completed. And ever since that study was completed, there's been great interest in seeing how it interacts with and weaves together with our existing evacuation plan. And we have engaged an emergency management consulting firm that is going to come through and do a bit of an assessment on where we are emergency management wise, similar to the HR assessment that we did a couple of years ago. Part of their work will be reviewing our evacuation plan, reviewing the evacuation study, and with the appropriate emergency management lens, putting the relevant information from the study into the plan so that the plan is informed by the study and some of the things that were identified during that study and the results of it. The second item is around emergency sheltering. This too has been a topic that has been around with the city for a while. We just signed an agreement to get an EMPG, which is an emergency management grant. Our intent with that grant is to have a consultant come in, take a look at our capacity as it relates to sheltering. So structures, employees, limitations and strengths, what our contract reads, what are our abilities, and then to make recommendations on going forward, given those, what's the best way for the city to cover emergency sheltering as a topic. The grant has a match, and so the second part of that then is to take that recommendation and operationalize that recommendation so that then we will have a clear picture of how we handle emergency sheltering, and that component will be able to be folded in then with our comprehensive emergency management plan, and we'll update that with the new information as we put that together.
So my question is around what's an emergency? Because, for example, I mean, we could obviously use a natural disaster as an emergency, but after just volunteering for the last 2 weeks with King County Regional Homeless Authority, there's other types of emergencies as well. Do you consider unsheltered living an emergency?
Thank you, Councilmember Howe. I think that one's probably for me more than Mark. I think in some measure, that's something that the council could define for us about what constitutes emergencies, because in some measure, really the true emergencies are something that I, as the city manager, would designate and say we are in emergency status, because we would have to do that in order to spool up staff anyway as part of the union contract. So I think that's a conversation we can have. I think the question would be for the unhoused, that's probably maybe not a temporary sheltering situation like we would if we had, let's say, a fire that displaced some people or something like that. So this is a conversation we can have as we move through this process. Oh, I'm fully aware. But I mean, I think that's some of the pieces that council will weigh in on as we go through the work and get us into a position to be hopefully successful. Councilmember Lamb.
I just wanted to make sure that on the evacuation plan that there's significant community outreach. I don't see that part written in the work plan that, whether it's, the plan is it's communicated in more detail on the website and in the newsletter is just very basic, and I just want to make sure that was part of the component.
Great, thank you. We'll roll that in. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, two questions. One, similar to Deputy Mayor Howell's question around sheltering. Would this sheltering plan include things like high heat or extreme cold, like extreme weather events, where it's not that someone maybe was displaced from their home, but maybe their home does not provide what they need to keep them safe given the current conditions? And that doesn't feel like it fits squarely in here, but I think we need a strong plan for that as we're starting to see extreme temperatures year over year become more common.
Yeah, council member, I think you have that correct. In terms of this specific work, we weren't contemplating the heating and cooling type of a scenario. This was more of the emergency shelter where we would need to temporarily have some facilities to house people that otherwise had to relocate for some reason. The other would be a separate effort.
Okay, Scott, I think we probably need to talk about that. Like, I know we just had some very extreme cold temperatures and we had places for people to go during the day, but we didn't have anywhere for people to go at night, which, kind of opposite of extreme heat, where as long as we cover them during the day, they're probably going to be okay at night. It's quite the opposite when, temperatures are getting down lower at night. We can't keep people warm during the day and then send them out into the coldest parts. So we may want to figure out where we can fit that in and how we address that.
Great.
And then my second question, I know that a lot of our goals, there's overlap. This safety piece seems to be focused really on sort of, again, those extreme emergencies when a natural disaster happens. And I'm curious how we focus on like pedestrian safety, for example. I know that there's stuff that we're doing in the transportation space, but do we need to have measurements here in our safety goal of keeping people safe that will address that, even if the work may be happening in a different area?
That's a great bridge to the next conversation that you all will be having. So if it's okay to hold that one, and when we come, then we can come back to that when we start talking about how you all choose to define success.
Sure, and I think also someone brought it up. Maybe it was in the comments, but just there's been a lot of focus on. Again, our safety as it relates to, potential property crimes and things like that across the community. And I feel like that does squarely fit in here, but I don't really see work plan items specifically addressing that I think we need to make sure we raise that up. Just, again, it may just be more of a communication and outreach work that we're doing with the community, but to make sure that we keep that front and center.
Great, thank you, Councilmember.
Thanks.
All right, I think we had one more item here. Anjali.
So a brief overview on Fire Station 83. Right on the heels of the renovations to Fire Station 82, we are going to begin the design and planning work for Fire Station 83's renovations. And this is the fire station that's on Issaquah Pine Lake Road. It is the same age and a very similar floor plan to Fire Station 82. They're about 35 years old. And some of the bigger things we are doing is upgrading the open dorms to gender neutral single occupancy sleeping rooms, and also updating the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing to meet current code. And for this fire station, it'll have to meet the current code. So we will have electric for our furnace and for heating, for the water heater. And we will also have solar panels for Fire Station 83. The roof layout is different from 82, and it makes a little more sense to do it over here. And we will also be adding an elevator as well as electric EV charging stations in the parking lot and upgrading it to meet current ADA code. The total cost for this project is slightly higher than Fire Station 82. It's going to be $10 million. And it's important to note that your current budget has $600,000, which covers us through much of the design. However, we will need the rest of the $9.5 million to be allocated in the 25-26 budget. The design should be completed by the end of this year. Early next year, we should be bidding this project, and by spring, bringing to council a construction contract, and hope to have the construction improvements complete in the next budget cycle by the end of 2026.
Thank you, Anjali. Question, Councilmember Lamb? Okay. Just want to make sure. All right, so thank you, Anjali, and I appreciate that, the connection to the next biennial budget. And I think that's why one of the important pieces is about connecting these. Once we start on something, that in order to complete it, a lot of these things will roll bienniums, if you will. So just, we want to be transparent about those leading into the next budget process. All right, I think the next, any other questions about the safety piece before we move on? That goal. All right, next work plan item is the DEIB goal, and turn it over to Rachel.
Okay, so the internal staff committee is currently working on a draft, what we call a draft North Star document, and this is really there's different ways to say it. In my last stop, it was called a policy, right? Here it's really a roadmap for how we as a city are going to achieve our equity goals. The committee there's a subcommittee of the staff committee that has actually done a draft. The goal is to have the committee review it and then have all of you, the council, hopefully adopt it so that we have really a shared city roadmap for how we're going to achieve our equity goals. There's sort of 4 different areas that the document is currently lining up with. And so one is leadership, operations, and services, so how those efforts help us. One is workplace and workforce, right? Some of the stuff that Mark was talking about, how do we make sure that we're an equitable employer? Budgets, finances, plans, and policies. This is a big area where obviously council comes in. And then finally, outreach, community engagement, and partnerships. So trying to give you a little bit of a flavor of what is coming. Our goal is to bring it to you later this spring for discussion. I do want to acknowledge that our DEIB work right now is really focused internally on the organization, and that's pretty standard as we start to evolve in this space, and we're going to be there for a little bit, right? So I just think that's an important thing for us all to understand is we have work to do in-house before we really start doing a whole lot of work out of house in terms of this effort. But that doesn't mean that, again, one of those buckets is outreach, community engagement, and partnerships. We can refine our ability to more equitably achieve those goals. Any questions?
Councilmember O'Farrell?
And Rachel, I'm not sure if this fits in with what you were talking about, this North Star document, which I'm not super familiar with that term, but I wanted to bring it up, and I'll probably continue to bring it up about around equity and having goals around neurodiversity hiring. A lot of in the private sector and other municipalities have a supported employment policy and a program that's actively running. My family is a direct beneficiary of such. And I think we have a massive opportunity at the city level to instigate such a thing if we're really interested in DEIB. Anytime I think about something like that, I think about the I in inclusion, people who are part of the neurodiverse community consistently feel not included in pretty much anything right from the moment they're born. So I think we have a great opportunity to make strides in that area to include everyone when we're thinking about employment. And it's very simple and easy to do. It would be minimal cost to the city. We can talk about it another time, but I just wanted to interject that and to start opening our typical brains to the fact that there are people who think differently and see the world very differently than we do, but have lots to contribute. So I hope that we will make room for a neurodiversity hiring program at the city level. And I look forward to doing that with you guys. Thank you.
Councilmember Farrell, I think that's a great example of the North Star document provides us this roadmap, and then we identify priorities each year under it of what we're going to do to get there. So that could be one of the priorities. It's a small number of priorities that we do every year, right? But we do choose ones that will move the needle and make an impact in our organization and in our community.
I think you might be surprised at how quickly you can implement something like this, and you could have you could have a win straight away. It's something that's supported with Medicaid, with job coaching, all that kind of thing. So I think it's something that we could work on and see some results quite quickly. Thank you.
Am I next, Mike, again? Okay. Wanted to give you kind of an update on the Silver Jubilee. I know there's a lot of excitement. 25 years old, as Scott says. Woo, we can rent a car now. We've taken the feedback that we got from council when we came in front of you to talk about this. So we are going to layer a bunch of activities through our usual events like Rigapalooza, put a plug in next weekend for Lunar New Year. But we are also going to have sort of a culminating event on August 16th here on the plaza with the symphony. Throughout the year, we're going to do a variety of activities. The newsletter that will hit your doors here shortly has information on a photo contest that we're going to be doing. We're going to be partnering with the Arts Commission to choose winners and curate that out in the lobby. We are going to do a video booth at these events, and then that again will culminate with a video that will be available for the community, as well as interspersing on social media throughout the year. We are going to have a special council event on July 16th, which will sort of kick off the month of the art installation, as well as honoring current and former elected officials. So there are lots of things going on. You'll be hearing about it more. And again, it kicks off with this photo contest that starts as soon as the newsletters hit.
Councilmember Farrell? Oh, all right, Mayor?
Awesome. This just reminded me when we went and visited the Snoqualmie tribe. They were federally recognized 25 years ago as well, so it's also there. If we could do something, that would be really cool.
Absolutely.
All right, any other questions about those items? All right. Next up is the Goal 5 housing. So, David, you're first up. Big surprise.
Great. So DCD has several projects. The city has several projects this year related to housing. The biggest one of all is the comprehensive plan update. We began work on the comprehensive plan update in 2021 with work on the vision. The council adopted an updated vision statement. I recall, I think it was the end of 2022 through resolution. We officially ramped up efforts on the comprehensive plan beginning in the fall of 2022. We've been working through housing and land use first and foremost. Those tend to be the topics that inform the balance of the plan. We are currently working on review of all of the various elements of the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission is in the process of reviewing those. The council should be getting an update on those later in the spring. Most of the work will be with the Planning Commission on the comprehensive plan up until the summer break. At that point, we will transition through August, and we will then be bringing the plan to council for council's review, where council will pick up the plan and run with it through the late summer and fall, and we are required to adopt and have certified a comprehensive plan by the end of 2024. We do the plan every 10 years. That's changed from every 8 years just recently through change in legislation. With that plan, there are associated work products that we're doing. One, which was up in the environmental section, is the critical areas rules update. We're also working through the Planning Commission with those, and we'll be bringing those to the council again after the August recess, and you'll be seeing presentations and proposed changes to the critical areas rule set that we have. Another is the town center plan update. This is a city-initiated amendment to the town center plan with the focus on amplifying the delivery of diverse and affordable housing. We are working really hard on outreach right now, trying to do stakeholder interviews, make sure people are aware of the proposal to open the plan and look at it, trying to scope it out to be right-sized for the city. And we will be having an open house on February 28th, Wednesday, February 28th, from 6 to 8. We are actually really proud and happy to report back that we've had a great response from the building community, from other policymakers, other agencies that are our counterparts. So we're looking at some pretty good attendance. We're going to have several builders come showcase projects they've had or completed in other cities and talk about some of the challenges they had with those and some of the things they've seen in operations. We're going to have the Arch will be here. We'll hopefully have Housing Development Consortium here, other groups here. He'll be out in the concourse and in this room. So we're looking forward to that. Let's see, then finally, the Transfer Development Rights Program is really, there's two parts to this program. First, we'll be looking at the interlocal agreement with King County and ways to improve that to help deliver additional housing units in the city and affordable housing and diverse housing. Finally, we'll be looking at, after we've had opportunity to learn from the comprehensive plan update and learn from the critical areas update, using that hopefully as a catalyst to deliver the type of product we want in the city. As TDRs, I think the way Kelly Hildy described it is kind of like an octopus. It kind of reaches out and touches everything. And it's a really good tool set to use to protect certain features, attributes, or environmentally sensitive areas in the city, while also delivering the right type of housing in the right place. So those are our primary projects that we're working on. Really happy to report that we're on track with them at this point in time, and really confident that we're staying on schedule and on budget. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, David. Questions for David or about any of the other housing elements? Councilmember Lamb.
Thanks, David. I just had a question on the development regulations part. I know there's been some significant changes in terms of some of the housing bills that have passed and how that affects our regulations. And it seems like there would be a fair amount of work. I could be mistaken. And so how does that fit into our work plan? Does it come in as like a regular cadence as we're talking about the comp plan, or does it come in like as one big kind of chunk on development regs updates?
Yeah, so it comes in first at the policy level, where we evaluate whether our policies are consistent or present any barrier to our compliance with changes to state law. There are two primary state law changes which came with it's Senate Bill HB 1220 about 2 years ago, which is really the biggest one. The more recent one is HB 1110, which is the 2 lots per or 2 units per lot bill. That, as reported previously to the council, the issue there is that doesn't apply in areas where there are homeowners associations. So one of the issues that we have as a city is that although we are a very large residential community, that a majority of the city is we are a HOA rich community. So we consequently don't see that this applying in a majority of the city. That's not to say that we're going to do our best job ensuring policies don't preclude it from implementation, and do our best job writing development regulations and creating an overlay that would allow implementation of HB 1110. It's just that there are areas where it just simply won't apply.
Councilmember Gupta next.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that the second part you mentioned about the TDR program, the catalyst, that's in reference to the TDR program or policy within the boundaries of Sammamish. Is that correct?
Yes, so there's two parts to that program. There is the larger King County program, which we are a part of through interlocal agreement, whereby we are actively collaborating with King County to acquire property worth preserving. Primarily, the sending sites are within what we call the Emerald Necklace, and are helping to protect that Growth Management Act boundary edge right adjacent to the city, and that then results in credits that are sent to the town center. There is also another section in the city's code that hasn't really been activated, if you will, which is an internal TDR program where we could offer to property owners an alternative to actually developing the property, to put it in conservation easement and sell the development credits, to put them somewhere where we want them to go. And we can, as a matter of design, identify where we want to see those units redirected. And we also have the opportunity to amplify or convert those units into something different. So we could add an affordability requirement, or we could add a housing diversity type requirement, so that we don't see those translated into more large single family homes. Instead, we're seeing smaller homes or other units.
Councilmember Howe, and then, or Deputy Mayor Howe, and then Councilmember Stewart. I see your hand up, so hold tight.
So I have sort of a two-part question. It has to do with HOAs. I know that we're not the only community that has the the barrier of HOAs in terms of restricting how well we can move forward with certain types of initiatives. Are you aware of anything that's being planned to work through around whatever HOAs coming up?
Not here in our city, however, at the state level.
At the state level.
I have heard that there were discussions about changes to state laws that affect HOAs, but I have not seen anything progress or emerge beyond initial discussions.
Okay, and then the follow-on question has to do with treating HOAs like a partner and creating some way of engaging with HOAs so that we're able to know who they are, how to contact people, and how to work with them. Because it's not just for this, it's for easements, it's for connectivity with trails. There's a lot where HOAs, because they're so scattered and not centralized in any way, are problematic. But I'm wondering if there isn't a way to treat them like individual interlocal agreements together as a group.
So we do work closely with homeowners associations, primarily related to stormwater, So
you have a model.
We have a master list of homeowners associations and contacts. We have many defunct HOAs in the city that aren't operating.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a challenge to keep up with them. The one thing that we don't have, and would be a major lift on the part of staff to pull this together, is a comprehensive library of all of the CCRs that go with each of those HOAs. We do not have that. We're not part of that process when they do create those CCRs. And we are not recipient of them when they are recorded. So we would have to go through and comb public records and pull those together, and it would be a fairly extensive lift on the part of staff to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify for the public, it's 11, is it 1110, is effective not just the existence of an HOA, but if those HOAs have a covenant that would prevent the implementation of that law, just for clarity's sake. Deputy Mayor Howell, you raise a really great point, and David, your concern about the CCNRs and what's been registered. I'm wondering if that's something we should reach out to, say, like PSRC. I know PSRC is doing a lot of work to try to help cities across the region with a lot of these types of challenges. So I don't know if there's an effort underway, David, with PSRC to try to pull that together or see what's happening there. But that might be a great outlet to try to get some of that help. One thing I wanted to do was just kind of point out a number of things have come up so far, and this is where I'm super excited about the conversation we're going to have later when we talk about what measures of success, not just, kind of words that we want to put around success, but what measures of success can we implement, and how can we implement those either in a dashboard or get that communication out? We've had conversations already around stormwater code, for example. We have new stormwater code, and how has that new stormwater code helped us to achieve some of our environmental goals? How has that really move the needle, and what results are we seeing? So there's a great opportunity there to be able to share with the public to say, look, here's the current code, here's the work that staff has done for a long time, and it's culminated in this, and here are the results. And then how do we get everything up to that standard might be the next set of tasks we have to go do. Same thing with our development code. There's been a lot of concern about, we're talking about trying to focus and have more affordable housing and diverse types of housing, and people are concerned, well, it's not going to stop anything that's currently happening. David, you've reported out several times that we have development code in place, and we're seeing the results of that. We're seeing that this type of development, whatever those are, is actually come down a lot. And to be able to have a way to show that and to really share that with the public, focusing on the data, taking all of the emotion out of that, but really being able to share that the actual results, and is it having the effect that we thought? Maybe not to the same extent. Maybe it's exceeded our expectations, but let's look at that so we see what has been successful. And I see such a huge opportunity here with the TDR program, right? To really be able to show we can implement a TDR program to prevent this type of development happening in these types of places, which is where we don't want it to happen, and to make sure that it's happening where we do. While we may be in charge as a city council, there are certain limits on our powers. We can't necessarily force people to do certain things, but we can certainly incentivize it. Let's see if we can find ways to measure that success and really share that, not just with the public, but so we can see, hey, this is working, let's do more of that, or this didn't work, let's try something different. I'm just starting to see those patterns, and I'm getting excited for the next topic. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Want to remind Council we have 2 more goals to go through, and then we have the look ahead. So hopefully, if you'll bear with us, we'll try to get through these relatively quickly, with the understanding that we just want to make sure you understand what we're working on over the next year. When we bring these back, there'll be more opportunity for council engagement along the different pieces and components. Marilyn, you had a...
Yeah, so we were scheduled to take a break at 10 o'clock, and we have time. We're doing fine. Just want to know if people want to take a break, because you have 2 more goal areas and then the 25. You're saying no, go, just push on. Okay, well, I have it. Is that, let me, anybody else have a good, okay? Oh, wait. Yes, hi. I'm asking you. I have one person saying yes and another person saying yes. And do you need a break? Okay. All right, you're on. Carry on.
Yeah, so David Pyle, let me see if I'm going to try to stay real high level. We're doing a comprehensive plan update that's going to be the plan for the next 10 years. After we put that into place, we're going to development regulations, and I believe both of those things that I just said are already budgeted for, and money's allocated for those as well. And then what we also approved was to do a deeper dive into the subplan area of the town center, was also approved by this council, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because that's what I'm looking at in the housing element here. So I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing. And then also within this, though, you talk about the TDR program. Okay. The external one, I get because I'm experienced enough on this council to have read through most of that stuff and seen it in action. The second one, though, you just talked about was that we haven't done a lot with is the internal TDR program. So I just want to make one statement on that so that you're clearly aware of where at least one council member comes on that issue is that if we decide as a council that we want to work with staff to bring in an internal TDR program, that program is about removing buildable lands that can be used as open space that would then allow development to go into an area that they want more density. Anything else to me is a gift. I would perceive to be a gift and would put the city at risk. Because if you're going to just preserve critical areas that are already preserved by code and policy, then to me it seems like there's a legal challenge could occur if we were to just gift developers with additional density without benefiting really the residents of Sammamish. So I just want to be clear that the rest of my colleagues understand and staff understand that we would probably have to look at talking to our legal counsel as to whether we're breaking the law. So anything we do, we want to make sure that we're following the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right. Any other questions on housing before we move on? All right. Next up is financial sustainability. As you'll see, there are a number of components on this, but I think we want to focus on at least one of the bigger ones, which is the budget and CIP. And we will be doing a fair amount of work with council leading into that, not only in leading up to the biennial budget process, but also talking about our capital needs and how we fund capital and what are all the capital needs that we do have as we're working through the comp plan. Each of those elements comes with a 20-year project list. And so getting a chance to really pull those together and then bring those to council and have a shared conversation, which will lead into the biennial budget process, as well as a 6-year citywide CIP is one of the goals as well, so that you can see what we're proposing to fund in the first 2 years of the budget, but then also what comes after that. And I think a great example of that is what Anjali mentioned earlier, which is Fire Station 83 was funded in design in one biennium, but the expectation then would be that we fund the construction of it in the next biennium. And that's where we want to make sure that we're really clear in showing those out when council adopts a budget, that it's clear what's coming next. So that's some, any other thoughts on that, Rachel?
I think the only thing I'd add, and we've mentioned this previously, is that, you know, our goal is to really get better at budgeting to actuals in this coming biennium, right? So that the community and all of us really truly understand what it takes to run the city on a biennial basis. So I think you will be seeing some differences to the budget process moving forward, including a goal of some early engagement late spring with the community.
Any questions about that piece of it? All right, David, you have the other item here, if you would.
Yeah, so there was recent legislation that requires cities to streamline permitting and to review standards to make sure they are objective design standards and to basically overhaul how we intake, process, and issue permits. So this project is really focused on trying to remove barriers to permitting and to really help us build a better applicant and to make sure our application requirements are made very clear up front, that we're giving applicants opportunity to improve their design submittals so that we cut down on the number of reviews that are required, and ultimately that when we do receive an application that it is far more mature than what we're currently seeing. Recently went through a lean process improvement exercise. We use the state auditor's office for that. Thank you to them. They're a great job. And we are moving forward with identifying several changes to help build a better applicant and get better applications in the door, which will result in shorter permit timelines.
And less staff work.
Exactly. Yes. Less staff work and less churn with the applicant.
Right. Any other questions on financial sustainability? Councilmember O'Farrell.
Sorry about that. David, I just wanted to clarify, so when you're talking about streamlining the permitting process, we're not making it, when we talk about less staff and less churn, that kind of thing, we're making it more efficient. So we're not like, we're not hanging back on imposing our regulations and the kind of due diligence that we do. We're just trying to take out a lot, maybe the busy work or whatever you might want to call it in more layman's terms, that we're trying to streamline it, make it more efficient, but we're still looking over permits and still being as critical about them as we would ordinarily be.
I can take that one, Councilmember, and appreciate that question. I think we were always going to implement our code and hold it. I think the key is if we can better educate applicants up front, then we have to spend less time telling them where they didn't meet our code and then how to fix it. So I think the more that we can streamline that process and make it easier, then we can spend less time reviewing them, and then they in turn get their permit faster. So I think that's we're absolutely going to be always implementing our code. All right. Moving on, let's hit transportation. I would say it's really quick, but with transportation, it never is. So Audrey, this is your show.
Thank you. So I'm happy to speak to the capital projects if there's any questions, but really wanted to focus on the transportation element as well as pavement management. So David already spoke to much of the work that the comp plan is doing, and part of that includes the transportation element. So goals and policies will be coming to Planning Commission and then Council relatively soon. Feels like really soon for us, but just in a few months. The transportation element will also include the completion of a transportation master plan for the city. So very excited to see that going through to Planning Commission and Council in just a few months. So the other piece that we're bringing forward to Council this year is a pavement management strategic plan, and asking Council to set a pavement condition index or PCI rating for the city. We are also asking for a strategic approach, and we'll present recommendations on what streets shall be maintained with that PCI, and we'll have some ranges for both our arterials and priority lifeline roads, as well as some of our local roads, and a overall citywide PCI. So that is coming in second quarter of, in just a few, 2 months. So that you'll see the introduction in March, and then we'll follow up with recommendations in a subsequent meeting.
Thank you, Audrey. And Council will maybe notice a theme here about strategic plans and really getting clear parameters for some of these pieces so that everyone's on the same page, and then we're not doing things haphazardly. And as Audrey's pointing out, that will directly lead into budget allocation. And that's the other piece for getting these in place, is that we want to be really clear so that everybody knows what's coming, and then when we come and we try to resource allocate, that you all are clear about where the plan is headed and you've already adopted that plan. So this will be a continuing theme, both for this upcoming year and then future years, whether we are revising, updating, or identifying strategic plans that don't yet exist. One other piece that I just wanted to clarify, and Councilmember Stewart, I see your hand up. All of these pieces that we brought forward in terms of the work plan, these are above our day-to-day operations. So these were more of the policy pieces that are separate from the day-to-day running of the city. Just wanted to clarify that because the overall work plan is substantially larger than this, as you might expect. But we also wanted to be clear about what pieces that are more policy and council driven in terms of making decisions versus how we do our day-to-day work. So with that, Councilmember Stewart, please.
Yeah, on that note, Scott, thank you to staff. I know this is a huge lift, so thank you for all your work and all that you do around this. Audrey, I had a question. and this has come up a number of times, where we talk about a complete street ordinance. I know we have road standards that we put in place, which are great. And we, should be constantly looking at those to see how those should change. But one of the things that's come up, especially when we're looking at like the Sahalaway corridor study, for example, is how do we have those standards and build the appropriate agility to say, there isn't really a one size fits all for every arterial in the city or every side street or whatever, every neighborhood street in the city. And is that part of the work going into this complete street ordinance?
Yeah, that's a really careful piece of the work that we're spending a lot of time considering. So part of the comprehensive plan update will include multimodal level of service, right? And so obviously that includes pedestrian, bikes, transit. And so making sure that we are carefully planning for that so that we can, and we'll talk to this later this afternoon, successfully hit performance metrics and measures. We recognize that complete streets aren't applicable in every single street of the city, right? That would be almost impossible, but we're looking towards a complete streets network based on adjacent land use and road classification will be the most likely way that we'll be applying complete streets in the future.
Okay, because I'm also wondering as we look at, other things like sustainability, right? There may be opportunities where we can achieve a similar level of performance on a particular design, but not have as much pavement laid down because maybe we really only need a sidewalk on one side of the street, right? And it's not really necessary to have both if we just have very strategically located crosswalks or something. So I just want to make sure that as you guys are looking at this, that we're building in some sort of something in that checklist so that we can trigger those conversations as appropriate and we don't just constantly lay down some sort of a, hey, this is the standard and we have to go do this. It can be incredibly expensive. And again, sometimes not altogether necessary or add the value, that marginal value for those extra dollars. So appreciate you guys taking a look at that.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions on transportation? Councilmember Train.
Yeah, just want to bring up whether we are looking at if there's enough support from the council to do a transportation committee citywide. I mean, we used to do committee of the whole. That was passed, and it seems like we have a trust level that's increasing and engagement with our community. And so to me, it just seems like having a transportation committee is definitely something that we should move towards. I've been pushing it for 4 years, and but just wondering if that's something that could be on this work plan, or maybe that's a 2025 thing. I don't know how staffing is set to address that issue.
Thank you, Councilmember, and that will be for the council to decide. We can, if we get direction, obviously we would come back and talk about what kind of resources would be required to spool up a separate transportation committee within the council. It would also involve, as I've discussed before with you all, more commitment on your collective part and more time to have those separate meetings. All right. If we would, Mike, can we pivot to the look ahead? And we weren't planning on going through the whole look ahead because you have it in your packet, but we just wanted to know if there were any questions that came out of that look ahead. And Mike is pulling it up here momentarily. Mike, if you would blow that up just a skosh if possible. Mike is used to me asking him to make it bigger. Thank you. So this is not a complete list by any means, but we did want you to know all of the pieces that we've already identified, whether it's requirements that we have to do or follow-ups to things that we're working on. Keep in mind, a lot of these comp plan elements that we're working on now will have a list of things to work on and accomplish as we move forward. So we will be, that will be more of these are some of the bigger pieces, and they are, you'll notice in your packet, they are laid out by goal area. And then, of course, there's a whole bunch of capital projects that go with these as well. So I think at this point, given where we are time-wise, we just wanted to know if there were any questions or if there were any glaring misses that council would like to highlight for us to consider when we go back and start working on the budget process. And you don't necessarily have to answer everything today, but if there is something we'd like to hear collectively from council, if that's something that we want to for sure add to the list. Councilmember Farrell.
Just on transportation, where would I see in here the transportation master plan?
We will be completing that this year, Councilmember. So you won't see it necessarily on here. What you will see are things like, and I'll go back to, because Councilmember Gupta had already identified this, the non-motorized pedestrian master plan. That's something that you will see in the future projects, and that's the top bullet there. Citywide non-motorized plan, that will be a direct result of the transportation master plan in all likelihood, saying, hey, you need, guess what you need? You need a non-motorized transportation plan. So that's that linkage, if you will, to the things that we're working on this year that will lead into the next couple of years. And these were more illustrative for you all, quite frankly, to help with the how do we define success for the next 2 years. So that you got a sense of what we were working on as well. Any other questions or comments from staff or council? Councilmember Gupta. Oh, and Councilmember Stewart, I see your hand. I apologize.
So for the look ahead, under environment, we have implementation of the CAP and the UFMP. But under transportation, I don't see explicitly called out implementation of the transit plan, and maybe that is broken down into separate projects where it's not specifically called out. But I was just curious as to if there's potential to specifically list that to make sure that we stay on track with that plan as it's developed this year.
We're happy to do that, Councilmember. I would say this list is by no means exhaustive. This was just more trying to give you a sense of what we are working on, and we will absolutely there will be components of the master plan that you will definitely see coming forward, particularly in the 25-26 timeframe.
And I can add a little bit to that. For the transit plan, specifically, the policies will be rolled into the transportation element and infused into the transportation master plan, as will the project list. And there will likely be many new near-term projects and programs that will be presented in this year's transportation improvement plan, or the TIP.
All right. Any other? Oh, Councilmember Stewart, my apologies.
No worries. So kind of going back to the beginning where we were shown the very iterative nature of all of this work, I guess in my head, I was thinking, Scott, that our conversation today where we talk about how do we measure success and what will those success measurements be, once we land on those, because I'm assuming, again, our goals are, our mission statement is, a 10 to 20 year look. Our goals are also very lofty and will take, many, many years to achieve. And so these success measures are the ones we're looking at over a 2-year period. Once we agree on those success measures, then we kind of come back, right, and look at even maybe adjustments to 2024, but certainly 2025 to say, how do we prioritize that work based on what we all agreed was success? That's kind of how I was thinking we would do it in our heads anyway.
And I don't think we're, and maybe I wasn't as articulate. I think absolutely that's the point of doing this exercise. We were trying to just tee up things so that you knew things that we had already, sort of identified of things that needed to happen. But I think that was more for illustrative for you all to help with how you're finding your definitions of success. And if there are other components, that's what I was saying, I think that's what we're going to try to drive towards today, is a shared commonality around what those are, to make sure that when we bring the biennial budget, it is reflective of all those pieces. So nothing's off the table right now is what I would say. And it's just a question of what fits on the table as we move forward. The table is finite.
Yes.
And so that's that where you all have to give us the defining what's on the table and what's not. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, because we use those definitions of success, right, or those key results or whatever we want to call that. That's what we use in my day job to help drive the prioritization, because we probably have a list 10 times longer than this of all the things we want to do. But how do we prioritize? Well, if we've defined success over the next 2 years as this, what is it that we absolutely have to do to be able to achieve that? Everything else can go on the list, but it comes below that and may or may not happen, right? And that's the expectation. You know, I see those success measurements as tools for prioritization and alignment, and helping us with that, and hopefully helping us with communication to the public.
Agreed, Councilmember, and that is how we tried to lump in the categories within the goals of your collective work was where there's the most commonality. That seemed like maybe that's the top priority for that goal, if you will. So when we get into that, I think after the break, I think Marilyn's going to say we should take a break. When we come back on that, that's going to be sort of that conversation, and hopefully by a prioritized order.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Marilyn, I'm turning it back over to you.
So I can say we're going to take a 15-minute break. A little later than usual. We're going to get back in 15 minutes, so that's 10:45. And then we'll start with the goals, the measures of success. Right?
Check it. Say check.
Check.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I don't know if I'm passing it off to Scott or Marilyn. Great. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Scott is in my, yeah. All right, Marilyn, you are up. Yeah.
Just checking my sound system. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So here's the fun part. That was good. That was a good review. You're doing a lot. And so what we're going to do is we're going to shift to the measures of success. And we're going to shift to how do you measure your success, and then also just a quick check-in on your goal statements, only because they are officially adopted by resolution, and you can change them because they're your goals. And there were a couple of questions in the council feedback about some of the goal statements, and then so I'll just slide by that and ask if you want to make any changes to the goal statements. I'm going to ask, so there's 7 goal areas. We have about 25 minutes for each to make it through the rest of the day. And so the measures of success focused on, we're not going to focus on the really detailed stuff that you have, the pages and pages of feedback from council, but we're going to maybe start at the level where the staff synthesized some common themes that they were hearing so that we can maybe get to where you're going. So what you want to do is, you've got your work plan and you're going to do all these things, okay? And sometimes you're going to come up with new things that you want to do, or these are, they're things that you want to do, or projects, whatever. And sometimes it's missing the why, to what end. And that's what measuring, that's how you get your measures, I think, is one way to go about it, is to say, why are we doing, what is our expected outcome from doing these things? And so I'll try to steer you in that direction a little bit and ask you some questions. And don't worry about getting the words right. If it's a change to a goal, if it is changes in how you measure results, don't worry. Just say what your intent is, and we'll leave it to staff. That's part of that whole flight plan thing. We'll leave the wordsmithing to the staff, but we just want to be clear that we understand your intent and what you're looking for in making a change to anything that's out there. Okay? So what did you think about, first I have to ask, what do you think about the exercise of what do you call the measures of success and all the things that came back to you. It was a lot. Yes.
I thought it was hard because in trying to, define success, you kind of have to keep pulling yourself back on track instead of thinking of more goals and more things and more, to kind of really understand what that means. What do we define as success? So it was a difficult thing to kind of go through instead of just creating like a list of here's all the things I just want you to go do. So I had a hard time kind of defining those, if you know what I mean, and staying on track and putting in something that was meaningful as opposed to it just being a list of here's everything in my brain, go figure it out.
I'm going to double the work plan, but what I'm going to do is ask you, so why? Why should you do this? What is the outcome that you're looking for? And I think even some of the things that you have there could be expanded on a little bit about, one of the things in there was about the budget and having a robust community process, community involvement in the budget process. And so we're talking with the executive team. We're going to have a robust community involvement with the budget so that, and then you have to get to the so why are you doing it? So that the public not only is just more informed, but more likely to be involved, more likely to consider changes or something like that. So I'm going to push you a little bit to say, so why are you doing some of these things? And so we're going to give it a try. We're going to start with, anybody have any questions at this point? Any fears?
I saw Councilmember Stewart with a question.
Wait a minute.
Marilyn.
Was there a question?
Councilmember Stewart had a question.
Stewart?
Yeah. So one of my questions was, are we driving to have a statement like you were saying, Marilyn, like we want to have robust community engagement because, and we define that, or are we looking for sort of more of those, key results, which are measurable milestones that indicate progress towards achieving our objectives, or what people often refer to as like SMART things, right? That are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. I guess that's one clarity I would like to have is, are we looking for those specific measurements? Like if I think about our environmental stuff, right? We have an objective. We define very specific targets for our greenhouse gas reductions over a very long period of time. I was thinking that this exercise would be to say, okay, so if we have a goal of reducing our greenhouse gases by 96% by 2050, then what is it we're going to try to achieve in the next 2 years? Are we going to try to reduce it by 10%? Are we going to try to reduce it by 20%? Are we specifically identifying the groundwork that we have to lay in order to achieve that? Like, that's where I got a little bit confused. If we're just like, are we just making more statements and putting lots of words, or are we getting specific and measurable?
Yes, I think you're right. There's plenty of words already. And so, but I do think that being a little bit more clear about what sort of progress you expect to make in what time period, so that it's time bound and it's measurable. And greenhouse gas emissions is one where you could say that for this next biennium, you're going to do these things towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions by this amount. Yes, Scott.
And Marilyn, if I may, Councilmember Stewart, I think to that question, I think one of the challenges is that, for instance, that greenhouse gas emissions goal, that is, there's a major component of that that the city doesn't have direct control over. And so trying to measure against that piece of it is really tough because we don't know how to actually come back with results on that. I think it's really a question of, can we get around for if you're going to use that example, what is the city going to do with our work in the next 2 years, and how do we measure that success? So things that we actually have purview over, that we are in control of, that things that we can do, because ultimately those are the pieces that we know we can sort of come back and report on, if you will.
Right, and so if you follow that all the way through, for instance, we're going to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and you have that. What is within your control there? You can't stop people from driving their cars. You're building a great transportation system for them to do that. But how do you get them out of their cars? And that is alternative transportation modes. How do you get people out of their cars and into transit, walking, biking, those sorts of things. And so that's a little bit more, it puts the effort a little bit more tangible. What are the things you're going to do that? And I'm thinking, I don't know how exactly you measure vehicle miles traveled, but rather you can see if there are trends in a higher transit ridership, more bike, more pedestrian, walking and so forth.
But I think that gets to my point is, are we identifying what are we going to do that, or are we identifying the measurement of success there? Because I think both are really important, but I think it's important that we're all aligned on which part of that are we trying to solve for in this exercise. Right, like if we're identifying we want to increase transit, are we just going to say we want to increase transit opportunities, or should we be saying like we want to increase, transit so that 80% of our population is within 2 miles of a bus stop or something? I mean, I just made that up, but that's something that is within the city's control, and it is a tangible and measurable type of thing. So right. I think that level of clarity will help us get through this.
I mean, I agree.
With better results.
Okay, you're going to be in charge of helping us with the measures, because I think it's the thing that we struggle with probably the most is how do we change? I mean, a lot of this is how do you change behaviors, and you don't have that much control over behaviors. You could say we want to increase community satisfaction with X, but how do you measure that? How do you measure community satisfaction? Well, one way you do that is through your surveys, community surveys, and you embed the questions in there that will give you the results that will tell you how you're doing there. And you can compare longitudinally from one survey to the next whether you're making progress.
Marilyn, if I may, one of the reasons that we provided the example for the fiscal sustainability goal was to try to give a sense to the question that you're asking, Councilmember Stewart, about what does that look like? Mm-hmm. And again, to go back to your example of sort of a SMART goal, I think that we were struggling quite a bit at the leadership team level to try to figure out what those would be. And so what we, and again, this is a bit of a pivot, Council, and so I'm asking you to go along for the ride, if you will, is to take a little bit of a step higher back and say, if we can clearly define what success looks like, then we can go back and figure out the things that we're doing and what the measurements are. If we have a higher sort of higher level of success looks like this. And so we've provided these just as examples for you to consider for fiscal sustainability that try to get at that, what it is, and then the so that what happens. So for instance, the first one, we adopt and implement a plan so that we ensure there's ongoing revenues that fund ongoing expenses, as well as the city's capital plan. And again, to really get, at a high level, really easily digestible for those that are in the community that don't pay attention to government, that's clear to them, and then it's clear to us about what we need to do moving forward. And I know that's a little bit of a stepping back from the direct SMART goals piece of it, mm-hmm. but I think that collectively, if the goal of doing these things is to be able to share out with the community that we're actually, here's what we're striving for, and here's how here's how you'll know whether or not we got there, we needed to take it up a little bit of a higher level, because we got mired in the weeds. I'll be honest about that. The leadership team got stuck trying to parse out words, and what if we said this, and what if we tried that? And it was clear that we were going to spend all of our time here doing the same thing, and that didn't seem productive.
Right. So we want to be able to talk about why you're doing certain things, what you're trying to do. And so the why on the fiscal, So adopt and implement the fiscal sustainability plan to ensure ongoing revenues fund ongoing expenses, as well as to address the city's capital priorities in order to ensure the long-term financial stability for the city, to ensure, a steady, steady source of income, steady level of services. Because, maintaining services, have you balanced your budget? Do you have enough revenue to meet your ongoing expenditures? Are you spending your money in the right place? Those kinds of things. But ultimately, what you want out of that is you want more stability within your budgeting process and some ability to plan for the future, and/or some abilities if you decide that you want to make some changes. And that could be either on the expenditure or revenue side, if you think about it. On the revenue side, if you're thinking about implementing some kind of new fee or tax or something, or you want to, ask for a levy lid lift, then you have to think about how do you get your community to the point where they trust you to do that, to approve that, and to be supportive of it. So, that's just kind of an example of where you want people to get, is to, make sure that you can have some acceptance of that. The other thing is that you're looking at things like your actual expenditures are within X percent of your budget. So are we budgeting the right amount? Those kinds of things. And so those are kind of things that you can measure and that you can, because if you think that if that's a problem, that you have money at the end of the year, then what do you do about that? You budget a little bit tighter. But that's hard. That's a hard thing to do. It's hard for the departments, and it's hard for the council. But it might build trust. It might build some trust. So looking at fiscal sustainability, if we can, okay, the first one, and this is where he put the number of people. It's 8 responses, and so that must have been more than one by one person, because there's not 8 council people, Mike? Right? Okay, so there's one comment. So there's 8 comments. Adopt and implement a long-term fiscal sustainability plan to ensure ongoing revenues fund ongoing expenses, as well as address the city's capital priorities. First of all, going back to the goal statement. Let's see, I have to go back here. What is your goal statement here? What's your overall, can you show the overall goal statement? Okay, so you have the goal statements in one place and you have these things in another place, which is what I found a little trouble in. Okay. Goal. Okay, ensure long-term financial stability through efficient and effective government services funded by diverse and reliable revenue sources. Okay, and so that's what your goal is. So what the to-do is to adopt a plan, a fiscal sustainability plan, adopt a plan that kind of locks you into policies that are going to get you there, right? That's one. 2025 biennial budget, implement a public process resulting in a balanced biennial budget that provides for transparency between budgeted and actual expenses to better reflect the true cost of running the city. So can you say a little bit of that, about that comment to me, whoever made it or whoever thinks that, or if you have some insight, council, about what you're looking for there? It's very quiet. Anybody? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still confused first.
Yes.
So I guess my thing is like, I think most of our goals look like ChatGPT made them. And so I think my thing is, I'm like, goal, fiscal sustainability, great. I like these 3 things. I think probably Mike worked really hard to, it looks like, if I'm looking up above, like trying to make things something actionable that they can go and wordsmith later. So I like these 3 things.
Okay.
Of course, it's going to be like the budget. There's going to be so many things underneath that. And I'm worried that we're going to be like, but what about this? But what about this? And that's what we're going to spend time on, instead of like, this looks great. you know.
Right. And so what he did was capture the thoughts of sort of most of the comments. So trying to get some threads of commonality of the comments that were made. And I'll tell you what time? I called you at about 6 o'clock last night because I was trying to prepare for this. I'll tell you, I was confused. And I work with these things all the time. And I was very confused. I was going, now, what are we going to do here? But if you like these things, and let me get one, quick thing. First, is the goal statement. You good with the goal statement? Is there anything that needs to happen there? Okay, no? Good, okay, that's good. Goal statement stands. Fiscal sustainability plan, you took a run at this, it seems, right? And, but that's still a goal or something that you want to be able to do to demonstrate that you have a sound budget plan, right? So is that still something y'all want to do?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. We have to have operations of the city financed.
Yeah. And you have to have a revenue stream that matches the growth of your expenditures that happens. It happens. And so, you only have so many levers to pull if you get out of balance. You have to either reduce expenditures or increase revenue, or both, right? Okay. And then the last one is the citywide capital improvement program. And usually I think what happens, and I think what you're suggesting is that the first 2 years of the capital CIP is funded in the budget, okay? And so you don't fund the whole 6 years in a 2-year budget. You fund the first 2 years, and then when you get to your next budget cycle, it moves over to the next 2-year segment. So it's really looking ahead to what your capital needs are. Councilmember Stewart?
Well, I'm also a little bit confused because we also have objectives, right? And I would agree with the mayor that our goals, again, are very broad and maybe even somewhat generic, I think is what she was kind of getting at with the chat GPT. And then we have 3 objectives in this area as well. And then when I think about like the fiscal sustainability plan, while that is really critical, that to me seems like a task. Like having a fiscal sustainability plan that, like if we did that, we haven't necessarily, like what success have we achieved? So this is where I still get confused by like the difference between a task that we have to go do versus defining what success looks like. And adopting, in and of itself, adopting that plan will not necessarily be success, right? Like I think you talked things about like, making sure that our, and I'm kind of jumping to number 3, but making sure that like our actuals to budget are within, plus or minus 10% year over year. Like that's a more measurable thing that says that's how we attain that sort of better budget to act, but tighter budgeting process or something like that. So that's where I get confused by 1 and 2 because they feel like tasks that we already have on our work plan to go do. I don't know that they define success if we achieve them.
Okay. And I agree with what you're saying. So if you carry on, did you have something to say, Rachel? You look like
I
you
was
were
just trying to
wanting
help
say
with
something.
the confusion, if that.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think our goal here is to elevate this a little bit more, right? And I can't overemphasize the fact that there is so much commonality between what you all said was your priorities, right? I mean, again, there were 8 responses and there's only 7 of you. So that really shows, to me at least, that really developing that fiscal sustainability plan is a key objective, right, for the immediate future. Same with the changes to the budget, right? There were 3 responses on that, 3 responses on the CIP. The more measurable stuff, Councilmember Stewart, that you're talking about, we would like to have flow out of this, again, shared definition of success. If we can start there, if the council as a whole can say, yes, we agree, these are our shared definitions, then other key things will flow from that. But we're just trying at that stage.
And so that's a good way. So we're not, so, but what I think you're saying is that there's there's a hanging chad with some of these. There's an end to this that says you're going to, let's say on number 2, budgeted expenditures, actual expenditures will be within 90% of budget. Actual, the budget to actual, and on the revenue side will meet or exceed the revenue projections. Okay, and then you would come back and say, here's where we think the numbers are, here's where we think what's a realistic way to do that. And I'm realizing this, I'm going to say again, if only you had a finance director, they'd be here. And he's saying, and this is how we would do it. But I think that sort of putting some of those benchmarks on those things, that helps to build trust in the community. If you have the community's trust on how you manage your money, then they will help you when they need to help you. They'll understand if you need to cut programs or if you need to ask for additional revenue. Is that making any more sense? Oh, okay. No? Oh, yeah. Good. No.
Sorry. Yeah, and I think I'm still also like that fiscal sustainability plan. We specifically had a vote not to do what all of our resident task force decided would be the best with consultants. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So I like these 3 things. I'm happy if the city staff and executive leadership come back with these are what we're looking at for percentages. We've looked at our plans or our capabilities and resources that we have, and this is what we can do. And then having us give feedback at a later date. I think if that's what we're doing, these 3 look good to me.
Okay. And, one of the things that you're going to have to look at with that is, so why didn't it pass? How does it need to change? Or does it need to change? Or was it a lack of understanding? Was it a lack of communication? What was it about that? How do you move it forward? You need to start thinking about that. If you want to adopt a fiscal sustainability program, then at some point you need to talk about what are the elements you need to see and what is going to make you approve it, and how are you going to get community acceptance? Scott?
The one other piece that I would just add to this is, if we can keep these definitions of success to 3 to 4 per goal statement, that makes for a very readable dashboard, what we put out to the community. And so I think that's the other piece, that we're trying to make this really tangible for our community to understand what your goals are and how you all are defining success. And so again, the metrics, if you will, are working through some of the things that we're already doing and trying to say. What I want to avoid, and I'll be honest about this, is if we can get clear definitions of success today, then I wouldn't necessarily be advocating that we would have to wordsmith each of the metrics. I think that's something that we would come back as a working document for us more internally, but that these would be what would go on the dashboard externally. And that's the driver, because again, part of this is making sure that we are doing things and coming to you with a budget that reflects these broader pieces of what does success mean and why. And so that's why I'm trying to, and I understand, but I also recognize, and hopefully you do too, that last year, this was very much my sense, we came back to you with a couple of different rounds of here's what metrics could look like. And what we got is close, but something different. And so we, again, kind of realizing that we didn't know what the something different was, and it turns out you all collectively didn't either. And that's okay. And so that's why taking this step, and I grant you that this is kind of a big pivot, but it is also a way for us to do something that we can share out with the community that is really, hopefully it would be done today, so we could get the dashboard up and running, hopefully within the next month. And then start to report out on where are we in process with each of these pieces. and then we can fill that out, we can flesh it out if we really want to, and that's okay, but that maybe that's not something that council has to necessarily, that piece to approve. If we can agree on these, that then we will work on the rest of those pieces, and that will be a collaborative as we move through it, if that makes sense. And Councilmember Gupta, I saw no, you're good.
Did you have a comment? Okay. Okay, so so at least the mayor likes these three. Are you good as a starting point with these three things? If the staff can come back and put a little bit more meat to it about how would you measure it? Is that what you're looking for?
And again, we're happy to do that. I think for these, we're just trying to say this, for this goal, these are the three, this is our definitions of success. And then we would move on to the next goal, and that we would not be deep diving any further on this goal area, because for the rest of the goals, we did not collate and put together examples for you. The purpose of today was for you all to sort of use that as a guide and then talk through these and come up with what those definitions of success are collectively. And again, I see Councilmember Stewart's hand up, so I apologize, Councilmember, but that's where having the conversation and the dialogue, and we were trying to just guide you based on your responses where we saw like things to say, this seems to be a priority for everyone. And then how do you make a definition of success around that priority? So Councilmember Stewart, please take it away.
Sure. So maybe for the fiscal sustainability plan to kind of take it out of a task type of thing and more of a definition of success, it would be that we have ongoing revenues to fund ongoing expenses and address the city's capital priorities, right? The development of the plan isn't the success, it's that we've achieved that goal. And maybe if we do that, that feels more like a definition of success as opposed to a work plan item, at least in my head.
Councilmember Stewart, that's a great distinction. So then can I ask a follow-up question, which would be, if that's the case, would council want us to take a little bit of a different tact and actually come back in the next 2 years with potentially some changes that would be part of that plan? Because that's the difference between what's up here and what you laid out, is taking an action that right now that we don't necessarily know that we have direction to do.
Right.
So, and this is why we should have this conversation.
Right.
And
So
why that's a really
direction.
important distinction.
More direction on what should and shouldn't be in a fiscal sustainability. And what I will tell you is that most cities in Washington have the same problem. And if you look out 6 years, if you do a 6-year financial forecast, revenues to expenditures, the lines diverge and expenditures outpace revenues. Why is that? It has to do with Washington's tax system. And if you are particularly dependent on property tax, which has that 1% limit to it, and you are paying your employees CPI, that's just, there's no way that you're going to close that gap without reducing services or bringing in some kind of a different kind of revenue that maybe grows better with the economy. And that's the kind of thing, you are not alone. Everybody's out there. They have the diverging lines. They're trying to figure out how to bring them closer. You have to do it every year. In this case, everybody, you have to bring those two lines together and have a balanced budget. Looking forward, you have to take a think about, okay, what actions are we taking now that's going to make that gap bigger or smaller? And that's a good discussion for you to have in the budget, when you talk about the budget, and that's something that your staff would say. So what do we see coming in the next 6 years? In terms of expenditures, revenue trends, those kinds of things. You're smiling. I'm not sure, Ken. Are you happy or? Nope.
I'm always happy.
Okay. All right. So does that make some sense? You're going to, so don't say that you will close the diverging lines 6 years out without having a fiscal sustainability that gives you the ability to pull both levers, both the expenditure and the revenue lever. Does that make sense?
And that's where this maybe needs to be time bound, Scott, I think, to your concern, right? Your follow-on question is a fair one that says, you know, for the purposes of this biennium, maybe success looks like we have revenues to fund our operational expenses over X time period, and you know a plan, you know a plan for capital expenditures over a certain time plan, and a plan that can address and has the defined levers that we need in the future as we see how things change. Maybe, and I know that's getting very wordy, but I think that that's more specific than just, you know, oh, we kind of have a plan. And I think, you know, we struggled with the plan because the plan was sort of more of a plan for a plan, as opposed to here are the specific things we're going to implement and when. So I'm just trying to avoid we just define work plan items here and highlight certain tasks to say, if we do this task, we've achieved success, because that's a little bit of a trap that we don't want to fall into. Right. And I also don't want us to have staff come back and reverse engineer our metrics to success that says, well, based on what we're doing in our work plan, here's what we're going to achieve. And then we achieve that. That's nice, but that's not really us setting those goals to help them prioritize. That's just them saying, this is what we did and this is how, you know, it did this, but did we do that in the right priority order, which I think these types of measurements can help us with that prioritization process when done right. And I know they're hard.
And you know, your prioritization process, the things you want to do, all cities want to do a lot of things. And they're, you know, very, you know, intent on solving problems and providing services to the public. And so that is, so we'll get a metric there, but in the second one down, looking at that, the thing there that caught me is the transparency to the public, and I'm going to say that you are part of the public here. You're representing the public, and if you don't, you know, have that level of confidence, then the community isn't. But so a balanced biennial budget that provides for transparency between budgeted and actual expenditures to reflect the true cost of running the city. And so is that where you do some benchmarks about expenditures will be within X amount, or explained why that you had like half of your police force was gone because of turnover, or why do you have that? And that revenues will meet or exceed estimates, something like that. Does that make some sense? I mean, because why? I mean, you want to get to why. You want to get to the point where how are you going to have an outcome that gives you the confidence to pass a fiscal sustainability plan, right? When are you going to feel comfortable doing that? Because if one of those levers is a revenue of some sort, that's hard to do. You know, that takes guts to do the things that you could do as a council. And it takes a lot of community support to take something to, you know, the community. So how about does that make some sense about maybe come back with some, Scott? Yes? Come back with some benchmarks for that, things that you know, expenditures are within X percent, or there's a good story with it, a really good story.
Sure, we're happy to do that. I think, especially in the interest of time, I think that might be the way we might have to go about this. Because again, none of the other goals have a example statement around them. So, and maybe that might be better to try to tackle one of the others and come back to this one. Maybe that might allow for a little bit of a reflection, rather than trying to work off of what the team came up with, but for you all.
And I thought this was one of the easier ones, but maybe that's because I'm a finance geek. Okay, so do you want to move on with the understanding that staff's going to come back with some, that we listen to you, they listen to you, and they're going to come back to something that reflects your comments. So the next one is safety. Now, this is the part where the goal is to maintain a high level of safety and build citywide resilience through proactive public engagement and coordination, blah, blah, blah. That's all there. You know, the one thing that struck me is the number of people that mentioned the evacuation plan. So we just got to figure out how to get the heck out of here. You know, so that is clearly on people's minds. I'm not sure why, if you had a recent experience of some sort that made that worrisome. But this is basically planning for an emergency. And so you would have a community emergency preparedness, and that's making the community prepared, right? Okay. And having a plan, an adopted community emergency management plan, it's called a SIMP, right? You would have that. Do you have one of those yet? You do. Okay, so you have that. And then evacuation planning. So that, you know, to me, evacuation planning would be kind of part of number 2 and number 1, right? Because you would say that what you want to do, you want to educate the public about, well, what would you do if you had to evacuate? How do you plan for that? How do you get some supplies in order and that you would take with you? And where would you go? And how would you know whether to go? And that's really a public education piece. Yes?
So I'd had a general question around just safety, because safety is such a broad area, and to your point, it's very centered on an area that I think that we just had a lot of concern around.
Mm-hmm.
But as I look at this, and it kind of falls into the area that we don't control, which has to do with public safety and police, for example. And I know we don't control what the sheriff's department does and so forth, but it seems to me that there's a metric, success metric, that could be aligned with everyday concerns that residents all have around their personal safety that I just don't see reflected there.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to speak? Well, do you want to speak to the contract a little bit? The sheriff's
No,
contract?
first I just want to ask a clarifying question. Are you talking about the goal itself or the shared sort of topic areas?
Well, this was one in particular where I just thought that we needed to expand the that definition of what we're including in this. Well, it could be a part, yeah, it certainly could fall under community partners. It doesn't relegate it to a very large role. And when I think about what's in residents' minds in terms of safety, they aren't thinking about evacuation plans right this second. We are. I don't know that they are. They're looking at my friend's car got broken into. So I'm trying to pull everyday reality into these objectives so that there's a feeling that we're not disconnected from the residents we represent.
Yeah. And so what's interesting is, I know last time I showed you the strategic planning process, I said, you're doing this and you're trying to do this, you're out of sequence. And, you know, in some respects, you're, you know, a little bit out of sequence again about, you know, what you're going to try to do. So can I ask, so you contract with the county, but you do have some control over where they spend their time. I was just talking about this Wednesday night. It was, they were talking about how cities, there's consortiums of cities that are getting together and embedding mental health services into police and ultimately fire. And again, using the whole system, the 911 system, 988, and so forth. And so, I mean, that's the kind of thing that that you can do around police, but I think that some of those cities that are doing that are contract cities. So it can be done. Unless you don't have a, you know,
No. I mean, there are components of. I mean, the from a budgeting perspective, it's different than sort of a police service approach perspective, if that makes sense. There's limited things we can do to the police contract other than either add officers or remove officers. But in terms of application of how do we provide the service, that's a conversation beyond the base level that we can have. I think, and I see Councilmember Stewart's hand up. I'll be an advocate for her.
Thank you.
But I just want to say it's an interesting point that Deputy Mayor Howe is making. Excuse me. That what you are alluding to is, I think, one of the pieces that we were trying to get at here, which is, what do residents care about the things that you're doing and why, versus the more specific and detailed that you all know about, and how do you sort of merge that in something that we share out to the community? And I think this is a good example of that, and maybe this is a better example of that, where people are worried about, are there break-ins or robberies or whatever it is, and we're talking about evacuation plans in the event of a large-scale emergency. And how do we marry that up in a way that is tangible for the residents in terms of what's a definition of success?
Because safety is more than a preparedness, disaster preparedness. It's police, it's fire, it's your environment, it's how safe are your streets, how safe are your walking routes, those kinds of things. Not to take it to a level that's going to make your head blow up, but I think maybe there's a way to take those three things and combine them a little bit into something around emergency management, and maybe add something relative to the other elements of safety, public safety.
Just to follow on, and I know Councilmember Stewart's waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But just that there are some things that we have in place today, like there is a dashboard that the police do have for Sammamish. And there's ways of projecting, just how are we doing on a website that would actually maybe either encourage residents or concern them, depending on how they want to look at it. And there's community engagement that we undertake as well that makes a difference. Again, we don't necessarily control that resource, but that resource does do this thing for us. There may be other things that we can add to that, but it's trying to leverage the pieces we have and kind of put them up more on a pedestal for amplification and understanding them from the public. Then what could we do better that would help?
And how do you partner with your police department, the one you contract for, to do more community-based policing, community education, more holistic services? And I don't know, I don't think it's, I think it's within some control. It's how you use the resources you have. Or if you decide there's things that you want to do, for instance, that dashboard, we want to reduce the number of car prowls by X percent. If that's what your biggest problem is, then, that would be something that you could measure. But, you'd also want to look at traffic safety as another way of, doing safety. Do you have speed cameras in school zones? No? Ooh, opportunity. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, Pam. I'm sorry, you're behind me. And so if I had a rear view mirror, I'd see you. Go ahead.
It's okay. I was just cheering you on, so keep going.
Okay.
I was. I did want to ask. I'm wondering, and I'm sorry, Mike, to put you on the spot, but could we add the objectives under the goals? Because I was kind of impressed. Not to pat ourselves on the back, but in going through this exercise, I think we did a really good job last year of identifying our goals and objectives. And again, the objectives, I think, take the chat GPT-ness out of some of our goals because they are a little bit more specific. And then this is where I think I completely agree with Deputy Mayor Howe that we should be ensuring that we have some way to measure our success over the next 2 years for each one of those objectives, because one of our objectives is to increase community awareness and engagement with public safety programs, right? And I think that is that broader a way of making sure that we're focused on all sorts of safety, because our goal does say maintain a high level of public safety. That isn't just when we have, you know, a giant earthquake or something. That is on the day-to-day. So I think having the objectives shown here will also help us. And I do think we need, again, ways to measure that and align everything we're doing around safety. As a very specific thing, and I know you guys pulled together where we had commonality in responses, but one item that I provided in this area was to align, almost have like a checklist for all of our city ordinances, and all of the policy work that we do and all of the procedures that we have, to make sure that we have sort of a checklist of things around safety guidelines. Just like we try to include DEIB in there, we try to include the environmental stuff. I think making sure that we're aligned so that when we do roll out a new project, does it look at pedestrian safety? Are we looking at lighting? Are we looking at, you know, whatever those accessibility, all of those types of things should be incorporated in there. I think, to me, that would be a measure of success, that as we're doing new policy work, we make sure that we're looking at all forms of public safety as part of that lens and ensuring we cover off on that before we pass a policy. I think that would be a great measure of success.
So bring back the objectives. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But it's, I mean, there are probably some good things there, and that we might want to bring back. They are shown, the objectives, if you look at your work plan, the objectives are shown just under the goals, so in case you wanted to know what those were. And for safety, it's partner with local and regional agencies, develop and implement coordinated emergency management, educate and empower the community to respond to emergency situations, and increase community awareness and engagement with public safety programs. So part of it is educate the public to respond, to know, to prepare and respond, and make the community more aware of the programs that are out there. Those are the objectives that you had. So, yes.
Thank you. I was just thinking about, in terms of public safety, and as Karen brought up about kind of the policing side of things and how maybe little or minimal influence the city council has on that. But I think what we do have a control over is maybe being a conduit between our police department and our community. I hear a lot from friends and residents in my neighborhood about, oh, well, who do I call if I want to talk to the police about this, or I would like the community engagement officer to come to our HOA, etc. And I realize that that is probably on their website. Everything's on a website. But it would be nice if there was one place that the community could go to access all that information. And so if we had some kind of a success strategy around making that kind of information more accessible to the community, that they could come to, whether it's our dashboard, to our app, wherever it is, and access those kind of community-based policing strategies and kind of see who to call, when to call, and how they can get their HOA more involved, how they can improve their safety of their own neighborhood, cul-de-sac. God knows we have about 700 and X number of cul-de-sacs in our city. So I think that's where we can have influence there. We don't influence over police policy, but maybe we can be a conduit between the police and our community in terms of the getting information out.
And getting crime prevention information, if that's on their website or your website or both.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially, you know, I hear from residents, you know, we had this break-in over the summer. We had some homes being broken into. Very specific items were being looked for, and how do they protect their neighborhood? And it would be great to be able to be that conduit with the community to the police to say, hey, these are the things you can do. Mm-hmm. And I think that would be a measure of success. I heard that a lot this summer when I was doorbelling, and I think that would be a measurement of success if we made strides towards that.
Okay, Mayor? Okay, thank you.
Maybe taking a step back. So I think I'm still struggling a little bit with If this is meant to be a public-facing document, right, the idea is that we're trying to communicate what our plan is for the next 2 years. And to Scott's point, the goal of this is to, if you go up to a community member in the grocery store and explain things in layman's terms, if for our safety piece, we are not including public safety because that's not really under the city's purview, but the document only shows our goal and then these 3 bullet points or whatever bullet points we choose to go forward with. I think that then invites a lot of confusion because the community sees that goal. They see the 3 bullet points that don't really touch on everything that the goal includes because the city doesn't have control over that. I think I'm not sure whether those 3 bullet points that we have are replacing the objectives, maybe including those objectives that we have already established is a way to provide some clarity that yes, this is on our radar. If we just publish it as this is, if I were a community member, I would say, okay, great, you identify all that, but it doesn't look like we're doing anything for public safety. I don't think that inspires a lot of trust if this is, if the purpose of this document is to be public facing.
I think this is the perfect conversation and exactly what we were looking for, right? Because in your responses to the questionnaire, it was those 3 that popped, but what I'm hearing is, oh, maybe we actually need to have public safety in the police version of, just to be explicit, as a part of one of those. That's what I'm currently hearing, and that's what we were looking for, right? Because we knew everybody doing the survey wasn't necessary. It's this collaboration that we're trying to get to, right? And so, tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing consensus that evacuation planning sort of moves into 1 and 2, and some sort of police definition of success, whether or not it's more of an education and an outreach than actual, that is something that's in our control, right? So I think this is exactly where we're going, or where we wanted to go, and because again, our goal as staff is really to see where are all of you landing in a consensus form so that then we can roll up the work behind it, behind those priorities. And maybe we don't have to get to the wordsmithing part today that Mike and other staff worked on, as long as we're really clear on what those 3 things are under each one.
Right. So you would do something in there about police, because you are paying for them. You are paying for the services. Put something in there about police and do fire. That is a district, but they are a partner with the city. And so it's not like you don't talk to them or coordinate, and police and fire, but you all coordinate. You ought to. If you're not, I imagine you do. But so that you all are partners, because safety is a basic thing that local governments provide. They provide it different ways. Yes.
Yeah,
Wait.
Councilmember Sue has her hand up as well. I'm not
No,
sure.
some people haven't gone once, so I'm happy to wait.
Okay. Kent?
Yeah, I just say, as far as the goal goes, because I agree with Deputy Mayor Howe. Sorry, Councilmember Howe.
You can just call her.
Is that the goal? I would just change. I think if you put an additional word in there, maintain a high level of daily public safety. My understanding then, as someone reading that, would be, police and fire. And also that my park is safe and the roads are safe. So now I'm looking at, as I drive or go about my day, public safety is a priority for this council. And then I'd add, and then on the next section where it's the and build, if we added a long-term citywide resiliency, or however you wanted to say that would be fine with me. But adding those 2 words then kind of says, hey, here's what we do daily, here's what we're doing long-term, because some of the stuff that we're preparing for hasn't happened yet. Or we've experienced it like a pandemic, and this is what the city did in an emergency. So like a long-term or something that might happen in the future that we're planning for is in one kind of category or objective or goal and can be measured based on how we perform at this task.
Or how many people you have educated and or have gone through CERT or whatever. Yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
And then the daily one, then we would have to then look at our police and fire, and then maybe it's something to the effect of how many times are they getting called out to calls, and what is their response time, because that is how they measure it. So they do measure their ability to meet their goals, which they have set for themselves. And so it's not that we have to do really anything for those two pieces. But it is important to us, because really we're paying for it. We're paying for those levels of service. So we expect a certain level of service that is measurable. They just happen to be the ones that are doing the measuring of it, which is fine with me. So. Thank you.
Okay, I saw, yes, Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, I put my thing down and then back up. I think we're almost getting there. We're almost to the high enough level, because I think if I don't know how long it would take us to agree on a percentage or something for like
No,
an
you
actual.
wouldn't do that.
So that's what I'm saying is like I think we're almost there. So no, but just for anything.
Yeah.
Like even like reduce our carbon emissions by whatever. I'm like, how are we
Right.
going to agree on that number? I don't think that will happen.
Yeah.
And I do also think our definitions of success here that we put are things to do to reach these goals, because I think you're right. We all kind of have our different definitions. So I like these. I think 1, 2, and 3 can almost just be one, personally, and then 2 is the public safety, police, but whatever else that looks like. So, yeah.
Okay, and you can put measures in there, like for instance on greenhouse gas emissions, by electrifying X many cars over this amount of time, by transitioning to maintenance tools, electrifying maintenance tools of this much over that time. And actually, we're doing a project with you. The university is doing a project with you about electrifying contractors' tools. The ever-present leaf blowers. So, okay, so that's good. So Pam? Excuse me, Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Pam is fine. So I would absolutely agree. I do feel like what we have here on measures of success could probably be rolled into one. I agree with the mayor on that. I do like where Councilmember Treen was going, where we talk about maybe ongoing as opposed to daily, but something like that, where we talk about ongoing public safety versus sort of the kind of long-term or event-driven actions. I do have a question though. When did we feel like we completely lost control of our police department? Because while I understand that we contract through King County, we do have a police chief and a dedicated police force. So I don't want to leave the impression with the community that we have no influence or control over our own police department. And I think that there are a lot of things we're doing with our police chief and subsequently with the department to increase the ongoing public safety and the public outreach. So I'm not sure why we keep talking about it like we have no influence or control there.
Okay, City Manager, do you have an answer for that?
Thank you. I'm going to go with first names if everybody's okay with that. I'm just that way. Karen will stop staring at me every time I get Deputy Mayor and Councilmember wrong. So thank you, Pam. I appreciate that. I think you're absolutely right. We have a fair amount of control. The chief functions like a department head and does report to me technically, and we do have a lot of say. And the chief has done a lot about doing community outreach, which you all hopefully are aware of, and we're putting a lot of resources and efforts working with Ryan to get our what's available on the website for all that kind of stuff. That's already both has happened and is in progress to continue to happen and try to boost and bolster and our social media presence. So there are a lot of pieces there. I think in this conversation about the day-to-day public safety, and I agree with the mayor that we're almost getting there. And again, I apologize for upsetting the apple cart here and confusing everybody, but I think we're getting to that piece. And the piece that I would add on to that is when we're thinking about this, again, we're trying to make sure that we are driving where we're committing resources, staff time, and and dollars over the next 2 years. That these are reflective of that, so that we are sharing out with the community that you all have set us on a path, and then we're following up with action, dollars, resources, and stuff like that. So my question for you would be, for that daily public safety component, what is the so that? Right? So if you say we want to, day-to-day public safety is X, so that what happens, changes, improves, whatever it is, right? And it doesn't have to be a specific number, but I think a sort of a policy direction or something along those lines is more helpful for us other than just, and I think more helpful for the community. So just I'd throw that out there as a way to sort of link those pieces up, because I think we're getting on the right path, but I think that question really is, why, from the community's perspective, what is important in that?
Councilmember
I have an
O'Farrell?
answer. Oh, sorry. If I can really quickly, because I was going to channel Councilmember O'Farrell of increasing, right? She already answered this and did a great job, which is, I think the so that, Scott, at least from my perspective, is so, because I wrote this down, so that our community is aware of the resources that are available. And so that we have increased that actual engagement. So some of our measures could be, we have a community engagement officer to be tracking and communicating out who he's met with and those engagements. Eastside Fire and Rescue has a lot of measurements that they take and dashboards that we could share and elevate on our own communications as well, to let people know these are the SLAs and are we meeting them or not, right? In terms of response times and things like that. So I think there are measurements there to let people know there is a perception in the community that our police don't have a good response time. And I think that may be a false narrative, but in the absence of data. So I think the so that, Scott, is so that people know where to find the information that they need, that they're educated on what they need to do to create a safer community, and that they have access to the actual data and how we're tracking on meeting our public safety SLAs. That would be mine. Thank you.
So you Councilmember O'Farrell, you weren't completely channeled.
And as a result, so that the public understand where those dollars in the budget are being spent. We spent a large amount on fire prevention, on EFR and on our police department, a large number every year, so that our public can understand where that percentage of our budget goes and what they're getting for that. So, because we spend, almost 20 million every biennium on those two line items, the best part of. And so that our public can understand why we spend that money and what they're getting for it.
So are you not in a fire district? You contract with a fire contract? Okay, so that's just like police then. You do spend money, you do have control to some extent. And these are partnerships. And there's so many things that the city does that they work with other jurisdictions to partner on, and they leverage everybody's resources, and they're more effective. And so if you think of them as partners that are there to help you do things, and that's a good way to think about that. So, you might want to get partnership in there somewhere about, leverage our partnerships with fire and police agencies to increase public awareness or something like that. So, where are we here?
I just have one kind of add to this, because it doesn't matter that you've trained 35,000 people. Doesn't matter. It's the impact. And so I think the part that is very hard to measure, what is the actual impact? Do we see a reduction in crime? Do we see a reduction in complaints? And even then, not accurate. That could be just people not complaining because they gave up. So I think this is where it gets to the really hard part that's going to take some time to consider. But again, some of these numbers lie. So you have to measure the impact of what you did.
So one of the things that you do have in your community survey include questions about people's feeling of safety. How safe do they feel? And if you don't have that question, I'm sure you do, because it's a standard set of questions. How safe do you feel walking in your neighborhood? How safe do you feel walking in your neighborhood at night? how, do you, whatever it is, how are response times, how satisfied are you with response times of fire and emergency medical services? Those questions are in your, and so you have a benchmark that you're going to have. And if you don't like what they're saying, then how are you going to move that needle? And the only way to move that needle is to work with your partners about how do we make people, because some of it is not tangible. It's how safe do you feel? Do you feel safe? And you are going to test, you are doing that through your survey. Yes, okay, so, thank you.
Hey, so that we continue to be rated as the safest city in the state. Thanks.
Okay, yes?
That was going to be my comment as well. Maybe so that we continue our status or legacy as one of the safest cities in Washington, because it seems like there's a metric there. There's a benchmark that's already using numbers. So.
Okay, that's a good thing. It's a good measure. You would hate to fall out of that realm. I mean, what would happen? What would have to happen? So, okay. So we are getting close to noon. Let's wrap up on public safety. Mike's been taking notes here like crazy, right? You've got all of the comments and everything. And I think we're going to combine 1, 2, and 3. We're going to add something about more police direct and fire safety and, to maintain or enhance the community's feeling of safety within our community, or to be I don't know about the safest community. I don't know. Sammamish could probably do that because just your demographics and your land use is such that it's probably why that is that way. But that's kind of the kind of community you are, and so that's where you go back to your vision statement. Remember that big thing that you just passed, the thing that says this is what we're going to be, this is what we're going to look like, we're going to be vibrant, we're going to be active, we're going to be all these things. Okay, so the next one, we could start into it, but I think we're going to have to take I think lunch is going to be served here soon, yes? Oh, now?
Krista's bringing the lunch boxes back, so probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, maybe we can just maybe what we can do is just do a little check-in. So, okay, I started off confusing you horribly, muddying the waters. I told you it wasn't going to be easy, and it wasn't easy for me trying to get my arms around it. And so as we move forward, process-wise, what is it we're doing that is working and what's not working? So having the goals up there, so having the goal and then the objectives, right, beneath it, that would be a good thing. And then looking at how the measures of success relate to those things so that they all hang together well. Okay, does that make any sense? If we can get there? Councilmember Stewart, you still with us? Does that sound good? Okay. Okay, we have an hour for lunch. That's what's set aside in your agenda. And so it's just about 12 now, so we'll get back together at 1 unless you want to adjust that in any way. Huh?
I don't need an hour.
Anybody? 45 minutes?
I could do 30.
Yeah, and yeah, one of my things is that I think, as I was saying at first, it's going to go really slow and feel really awkward, but then you're going to hit a stride, and it'll start moving along a little faster. And so I think we're doing pretty well at this point. 45 minutes is, that's fine. That gives everybody. Okay, and if everybody comes back here in a half hour and they're sitting at their places, we have to tell the public when we're coming back. So 45 minutes? Yeah. Okay, and that gives me some time to talk with staff and make sure if there's something I'm missing. 12:45. Go, there's
All right, apologies, we are 3 minutes late. I think we're passing it back to Marilyn. Awesome.
Okay, I think we're ready. You want to call the meeting back into order? You don't need to do that. Nope. Okay. Well, here we are. Struggled through the first part. We're going to try to work through the next part and try to keep the conversation at a higher level, a high level, so that you're not getting too far into the actual numbers and measures, but rather if you can agree on those three things that you can all agree on are the important things that came out of your individual work, then that will be good. We'll try to, craft something that relates to those. So we left off on safety, and I think we're done with safety, and we'll move to DEIB. Okay, and this has two items in there. If you are following along, get out of your way. One, well, adopt and implement the North Star document. That's a to-do. Remove barriers to increase diverse hiring and contracting, and outreach and events. And that was what was under DEIB. Those were the sort of the consensus things. And it had to do with hiring and contracting in terms of who's working for the city, I think. Yes, Mayor? Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I just would like, and maybe I missed the information along the way, but what is a North Star document? What's in it? Because it was only like in prep for this meeting that I just saw something about it, so I'm not familiar with what that means. And as you heard earlier, one of the things I'm very interested in is supported employment, and I wanted to make sure that it has place in there. So I'd like to kind of know what that document really is.
Sure. So the North Star document is what I talked a little bit about this morning, which is a roadmap for the city in terms of our equity work. And as it's currently being drafted by a subcommittee of the DEIB committee, then the whole DEIB committee needs to review it, and then the idea is it would come up to you all in a study session. It right now has 4 different kind of subject areas, one of which absolutely gets to what you're looking for. So the first one is leadership, operations, and services. So that has everything to do with we're going to resource the DEIB work, right? We're going to make sure that there's trainings for staff and for others. The second one is workplace and workforce. And so that does absolutely align with what you're talking about. Third one is budgets, plans, and policies. So as we're going through all of these different things, how do we align our equity efforts with that? And then the fourth one is outreach, community engagement, and partnerships. So the North Star document provides the roadmap. Then we come up with what are the priorities for each year that may help us achieve that roadmap. And again, it's 3 or 4 priorities per year. It's not many. We're going to review our hiring policies and make sure that we've removed barriers to employment, right? It's that level of stuff that we do and that will determine. So one of those could be develop a supportive employment program.
And just, it was something that came up at the beginning, kind of removing that kind of government speak, because North Star document, I think to the general public would be kind of meaningless. It might sound like, is North Star a company? Is that an organization, or is that just, company speak for another plan? So I think when we use some of these words to kind of define what that is, would be very useful.
How about roadmap? DEIB roadmap, completed DEIB roadmap.
Sure.
We actually have an updated name. We just didn't get it into this on time.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
That's a good point, though. I was thinking that too. North Star. What is North Star?
Real quick.
Mayor?
I'll go while you search. I think my so that is to celebrate diversity and not only city staff, but residents as well. And so they all feel included. That is my so that.
Celebrate diversity. Is that an ad? Yes?
Sorry, no, that is my do these so that.
Oh, so that we, okay.
Internal,
celebrate.
external are celebrated and included.
Okay. Councilmember Howe? Oh, what? Deputy Mayor Howe? I know.
That point B, the outreach and events, again, to me, it doesn't have a whole any meaning unless there's impact tied to it. So to me, that could be, for example, some kind of, even just internal with staff and council for unintended bias training to begin with, and what your attitudes are to begin with, and then do it later, and then measure, did we move the needle at all that way? So that unconscious bias is something that we're able to start to master, personally, because it becomes your own personal mission to do that.
So that's staff training, conducts training to sort of elevate people's consciousness about what it is. One of the other things that reminds me of when it says outreach, and as one of my outreach techniques I talk about is how to find hard to reach populations. And one of the strategies is to get to know these different groups within your community. Go out where they are, be part of their events, get invited to their events, get to know them, have a connection with those groups. So somebody that you can reach out to when you're going to do a community outreach effort of some sort, then you already have connections with those groups. And you have to go to them. They're not going to come to you necessarily. It's better if you go to them first, make a connection, and then you can go get them. So that's just one strategy. Yes?
Yeah, I agree with the mayor.
Pam Stewart. Here we go. Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say that maybe a definition of success isn't, like, obviously removing barriers is something we have to do, but maybe the definition of success is increasing our diverse hiring and contracting. Just because I think there's removing barriers and then there's actually being proactive, right? And so I think to Deputy Mayor Howe's point, it's really about the outcomes. So maybe the definition of success is that we have increased the diversity of our hiring and our contracting. And then staff can come back and maybe put some numbers around that in terms of, do we have some actual goals there that we're trying to achieve, or is it just improving over where we are? And then same thing, I liked what you were saying around the outreach and events. We love to have events, they're fun, but so that we reach, kind of all of the people in our community, and that everyone feels that there are events that speak to them and include them.
So create connections where you don't have connections now with a diverse group, a diverse population.
Right, like I would love to see us not just look at, we do a great job and our events are getting better and better, and the staff is doing a great job on that, and we're seeing increased participation, but are we tracking, is that increase in participation more diverse, or are we only hitting certain groups and we're missing whole swaths of our community?
Yep. Okay, so it's a conscious effort. So that would make, you have those two. Are these good? I mean, maybe the outreach and events needs a little bit more wording to what that means. What to Councilmember House, what does that mean? Good?
Yeah, and I don't know, because I guess I'm not as familiar with what's in our North Star document, but I think our North Star document is really only looking inward, right? So the outreach and events I wouldn't think falls totally under that unless the North Star document is both for the internal and the external. And my apologies for not knowing.
Rachel?
Couple of things. The North Star document is really more internal, but it does specifically call out how we are more proactive and transparent and equitable in our outreach and engagement. There is also another effort by the DEIB committee to develop a framework for how we celebrate Heritage Month, so that we're doing that with some equity across the different months, right? And for 2024, we're suggesting that we start with 6, right? And sort of work up to that. So we have the basics of what we're going to do for each one. There are going to be differences, right? We're going to raise a flag for Pride that you wouldn't necessarily do for Black History Month, but so that there's this kind of a same basic framework for each of those. So some of what we read in your responses fits under that other part that we're working on right now as well.
Love that. And so maybe just in terms of how we define success, we can have it be separate. Like we sort of have the internal facing things for our staff and commissions and things. And then we have sort of more of the community wide, and not have it be like an A and B, but have them be separate. And I love what you talked about there, Rachel. I think I had something around that, like how do we develop standards so that our proclamations and resolutions, are more inclusive and consistent, and we have standards there as well. And that we're, not missing some, et cetera. So I think that would be great if we split those and had some definition of, increasing the diversity of our hiring and contracting, and then increasing the diversity of our outreach and inclusion in our events and our Heritage Months. I love that. Thank you.
Okay, DEIB, I think we're on the right track there. We good? Gonna move on. And page 31. Housing. Okay, this will be different than the last one. Okay, so housing, it's a tricky subject. There's not a way around it here. So the things that, the commonalities that were found in your comments included measure and publish success. In other words, talk about what you're doing, how you have gone forward with some of these things. Affordable housing, and I think that I don't know if that has to do with number of affordable units or what that is. That's a kind of, that needs a little bit more meat on it. Transfer of development right program, they talked about it a little bit earlier, about what that means. And then town center plan. And so any one of those could take us a while, but let's just try to see what this means. So measure and publish success. There were 7 of you, so that's a lot. I mean, there's something around that from all of you. So can you say more about what your idea was about what that was? Anybody? Don't wait. Okay, Mayor. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about, I was just trying to look up what I even wrote for this one. I think for all of these, for me, I think this is just like that thing in Sammamish. It's trees and houses. I feel like it's like the thing. So this, tree houses, yes, yeah. So this for me is, because we do have really 2 sides in Sammamish. Is the loudest people are the 2 sides, and so that's for me. I'm always like, how do we bridge that? How do we make that understanding known? And how do we, first follow regulation? So what do we have to do? And so that people can stay here through their lifetime if they want to, and so that new people can move in. That's kind of what I'm looking at for all of these.
Anybody else? Councilmember Pam? Stewart, hello, can you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah.
Yeah, you do have your hand up, don't you?
Yes. I put in there, right, that one of the things that staff has done in our housing diversification toolkit, which was very cool, was to really relate, the policies that we're working on and some of the work that we're doing and how we think that that's going to move the needle on various goals that we have around housing. So I think first is to clearly establish what those housing goals are, right? Which we have, some of them are things that have been mandated to us. And then to be able to, track that success to say, hey, we need, diverse housing, or we need housing that's affordable in this range. Here are the things that we're doing to try to move the needle. Maybe for the next 2 years, it's about developing those policies. We won't be able to necessarily track their impact right away. That will take a longer period of time, but we can at least track our progress towards creating policies that we believe will help to move that needle. So that would be one thing. And that's specific to affordable housing, but that could be true of all of the different diverse housing types. It's not just about the affordability, but the diversity. And I think to channel the mayor a little bit there is around, what are some of those goals? We want to have housing for those who've lived in our community and want to stay. We need housing for those who work in our community, so our workforce housing, and then the housing for some of those new areas that we're being asked to cover off on as a good regional partner. So we could track it in those ways. And even just doing a better job of publishing how much affordable housing we even have currently in the city. I think there's sometimes questions. People want to know what the data is. So if we could become, have the city become sort of the standard bearer of, here's the data, here are the sources, here's where it's coming from, so people have one set of data that we're working off of, I think would be really a great start in that direction. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Farrell?
I think my so that on this whole issue is that because we hear a lot of public comment over the last, probably since the formation of the city, on how people feel about housing one way or the other, wherever they may fall on that spectrum. So when I think about housing, when I think about the so that, I feel like it's so that we can help residents understand the city's role and our influence over housing. Because we have a role, the city has a role in the housing that's provided, but we don't build houses. So, and I've heard public comment given at our meetings where the public are coming up with statistics and policies that the information is not accurate, that they believe to be true. And I feel like we have maybe fallen down on imparting that information to the public, that they maybe have heard a little piece here and a little piece there, but it's not accurate what they believe to be true. So I feel like we need to help the public understand the city's role and influence over the type of housing and the amount of housing that's being built, that we do have state regulations that we have to follow, and we don't have a say over that. So I would really like to see that that would help our public understand the role of city government in the providing of housing.
So that's a public information piece. Here's our role. Here's the laws. Here's our role. Here's what we control. Here's what we don't control. Those kinds of things as a baseline understanding of how housing works.
Yeah, and from a city council standpoint, doing a better job getting that information out. Yeah. In a clear fashion, with language that's understandable, that's not loaded with government speak, that that has references and links to state regulations, etc. The understanding of, say, for example, the Growth Management Act and all the other House bills that have come through and how that affects our city, so that our public have access, so our residents have access to that accurate information, so that they are better informed about this very important issue.
And this whole thing about the homeowners associations and how many you have and how that relates to state law is its own piece of information that would be good for people to understand. Maybe not like, but they have to understand it. Councilmember Howe?
What, kind of piggybacking on what you just said, that first definition of success, measure and publish success. Success is going to be different depending on who you're talking to. And so they're not going to interpret this as success. So to your point, you can explain, you can provide, you can give examples and so forth in order to kind of cross that divide between, okay, this is what we can do, this is what we have to do, and this is what the future could look like, is actually providing that picture of what could it look like and by when. Because there isn't a continuum that people understand. For them, for some reason, it's an overnight thing. It goes from 0 to 60 very quickly. And that's where I think that one comment that Redmond had made to us at the council meeting was, if they'd had it to do over again, they would have built a scale model of exactly what their city will look like. And you could envision that being like, if the buildings in blue are in this decade, the buildings in green are this decade, or what have you. And that gives people the idea of where they are physically in space, and how they relate to that potential, and then the list of the benefits that you could conceivably get out of that as a result. So the manner and way we communicate, I do think, needs to be visual, that they can understand, almost like an infographic, so that it's easily relatable across language, because that's the other place where we're going to screw up, right?
Yeah.
Is language. So if there's a way to visually communicate what the future could look like, and that they understand who's responsible, or what their role is, what's the piece they play.
So help the public visualize what the future could be, based on...
And by when.
By when, right. When is the future and what does it look like? Give them a picture. And that's okay, so help them visualize. And so you're right about people are reactive to to things that they perceive. And the last thing on this list is the town center plan, which is seems to be a very reactive sort of touchstone. And Rachel's pointing. Carrie, okay, good.
So I've heard a lot of comments about diversification of our housing stock, and Councilmember Stewart brought up the housing diversification toolkit, and wanting to provide opportunities for people to live here for their entire life. Maybe they want to downsize, or maybe they've got adult children that want entry-level housing. I notice objective 5.2 is phrased as though it's just driven externally by these growth targets we have to hit. And just a comment is, maybe it's rephrased to say, ensure the city has sufficient quantity and variety of housing types to meet the needs of the community and the external targets that we have to hit.
Well, and I just want to jump in here and say that we can create the opportunity for the market to come. We cannot ensure that the market will come, and we cannot ensure a timeline for when the market will come, right? So I think that's really important, that, as to your point, Councilmember O'Farrell, as we're level setting what our role is, we can provide the framework for town center and what is potentially possible in there, but ultimately the market's going to drive that, if it's going to be 5/1s or if it's going to be something else, right? And so I just think it's really important that we're really clear what little actually influence we have at the end of the day.
Okay. And if I could just respond to that for a second, just for a quick second, about, little influence implies that we don't have code that dictates, oh no, we do have influence. There's code that says we do this, and we don't do that. So it isn't influence, there's code. So I understand the point about the timeline and the market-driven forces and so forth. Even the picture of what it could be, and even looking at a realistic timeline, let's say 20 years. Things don't, as you know, development takes a long time. So if people saw that in 20 years, maybe not as much would be built as they think. That would help with the level setting. And 20 years is a relatable, understandable timeline. So maybe not a forever perfect thing, but maybe something that's an approximation would be super helpful.
So you're doing a comprehensive plan that's a 20-year plan. And do you have that kind of information? Are you looking at that kind of thing, or you're not touching it, or what?
Can you clarify what type of information you're referencing?
The housing, what kind of housing the plan is, what's the vision?
We do have an updated vision statement. We do have a land use section, a housing element, land use element, a housing element. There are goals in the plan. Specifically, we're responding to HB 1220, which does direct a certain number of housing units in each of the different income brackets. There's also requirements around middle housing from HB 1110, and we are required to account for diversifying our code to remove barriers to delivery of middle housing types as well. However, one of the challenges is, I think, as Rachel was saying, is that we can't dictate exactly what is built. The code allows for a wide range of land uses on property. It doesn't mean that they're going to have to build a 5/1. They could build townhomes. I think that is the challenge, is that ultimately it's what the economy and the market ends up resulting in. It could be a parking garage. That's just the reality of what we're dealing with.
It has to pencil out at the end of the day for the developer. Kent?
Thank you, Carrie. I was going to say the same thing, but on objective 5.2 up there, might want to reword that. And the one thing I would do is because due to perception and the division in the city over this particular issue, I would clearly take out the word mandated on the definition or trying to describe our growth targets. It's not mandated. It was self-imposed by this council, so it's not mandated.
So when you
and there's nowhere in the in the law that states that it is mandated. So
is it when you have somebody put mandated in there in the objective? I mean, you do have population growth targets that are provided by PSRC, isn't that right?
We
it's a
provided
target.
all the data so that they would give us a target number, a growth target.
Yeah.
Mandated is a confusing word to the public, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it probably would be best if that was just not placed in there.
What do you think about that? Yes. Oh.
I'll go. I do think it is. I do think it is mandated, and I do think the council adopted housing targets, and I understand a majority of the council approved that. And so, if there is respectfully a minority view about that, the council has spoken. I sound like I'm talking about the show Survivor, but the council has spoken.
All right. So then, thanks. That's fine. Moving on though, then the next one I have is on definition of success on number 2. I think the biggest thing that needs to happen is you need to define what affordable housing is, specifically related to Sammamish, because I think that regionally it's different in different places in the region versus to what it is here in Sammamish, because what's affordable here is not the same as Seattle, Bellevue, or Black Diamond.
So I heard somebody say before that workforce housing, which is different than I live here and I've lived here 50 years and I'm going to build a house here. But so there's the people that live here and that use the services, and then there's housing for the people that provide the services to the people that live here. I think that's where that starts to go. And so trying to get housing. So one of the reasons you do that is to get people off the street and driving less.
So with the amendments that came with HB 1220, there was a change made to RCW 3670A that defines what affordable is, and there is a formula that's included there in state law. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're following in the comp plan and what we followed with regard to our comprehensive plan update.
Thank you, David Pyle. That's what I wanted to hear.
There is a benchmark. Okay. Well, thank you. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I think one way we can maybe try to bridge all these gaps, because there is, what can the city do versus what may or may not happen over what time frame. Again, is to kind of come back to there are places, to Deputy Mayor Howe's point, where we can actually mandate certain things. So again, that doesn't mean that those houses will be built, but we can provide requirements. So if you're going to build in this sub area, X% has to be affordable in these ranges. So maybe also as we identify, because we do have these benchmarks and we do have targets that we're required to try to meet around those different affordability levels, to show the policies that we're implementing as a city, because those are the things within our control, right? So here's where we're requiring a certain percentage of affordability in various ranges. Here's where we're incentivizing it. And then here's where we've maybe removed the barriers. So we may be able to put them into sort of those different buckets of, well, David, I like to call it carrots, sticks, and partnerships. But we could probably get more clear to the public to say, here are our requirements, here are our incentives, and other types of buckets, and maybe lay it out for the public that way and show the work that we're doing along the way. Over time, I think we can start to show which of those policies or which of those incentives are being leveraged and actually producing housing, so that we can review those over time, which I think we're going to be required to do to provide back to either PSRC or King County anyway. So to be able to align what those reporting requirements are with some of how we're reporting out on this success might reduce the amount of work staff has to do. They can do one set of reports for everybody, or gather one set of data and present it to the various audiences, and that may be helpful.
Does that make sense? Does that make some sense?
I think it's something we are looking at already, but I think, as was stated earlier, that there's not going to be much to report out on for the next few years. So we do have some time ahead of us to fine tune it. We're really taking stock of what's happening with the comp plan and trying to understand what those measurements might be. We just haven't reached that point yet.
Yeah, that's why I think in these next 2 years, success is what policies are we developing that we believe will have the effect, and then over a longer period of time we can start to measure their success.
Okay, so so I keep looking at these 4 things, and measure and publish success. How do you measure success? That's what we're talking about today. But affordable housing, is that the number of units? How do you measure that? Is that the right kind of measure to use? Transfer of development rights, talked earlier about how that was going to work. That also has its, good parts and tricky parts. And then it says town center, which is 2 people said that somehow that measure of success is, and I think maybe what you mean is getting a plan in place for town center. Is that what you mean by that? Yes. No. Oh, okay.
I was going to clarify that the town center plan, and I think I just want to make sure we're all aware of this, is really looking at how to better deliver diverse and affordable housing. And I think the challenge there is right sizing and setting the dials. If you turn the dials to the right place so that the builder wants to build it, we get what we want. Because if we require too much affordable housing, they won't build anything. But if we don't require enough, then they'll want to build way more and we won't get any affordable housing. So that's largely what that exercise is trying to figure out how to right size it and what other tools do we have in our toolkit, like adding additional density. But that density would be necessarily associated with the delivery of diverse and affordable housing types in the town center.
Because town center is your opportunity for density?
Yes, we have a town center plan in place with a current cap of 2,000 units and the potential to increase that cap if it can help deliver diverse and affordable housing at a faster pace than we're seeing it.
Which is unknown right now. So it's being studied. So, and when I was talking about the infographic, it was around specifically town center, not all of Sammamish, because that's more achievable as far as that goes. And I think the other piece for me that's missing a little bit is the holisticness of things, in that where you have that building and versus tree thing. It's also, if you were to have like a LiDAR, if you were to have a map that had layers, what you'd show is your tree canopy still and your urban forestry plan in action. So it wouldn't be just, here's this development, here's Sammamish, and here's the green that exists and will grow or continue to expand or what have you, whatever, it actually shows out to be, proves out to be. But I think sometimes we get into a silo of thinking or just talking about the development and not the environment around it. And so that we understand the trade-offs that are being made then.
I like the idea of tree houses. Combines trees and houses, and it's affordable. It could be. It's just an idea. Okay, so where are we going with this? I want to kind of wrap it up. What did you do have some things in your comprehensive plan process that will help define some of these things? Yes, I think as I heard that.
Yes, and some recently completed plans that would also help define this.
Okay, so that you'll complete that plan and that the council will adopt a plan around housing and incorporated it within your comp plan update.
I would say I'll use the word catalyst again for this would be the land use and housing elements of the comprehensive plan.
Right.
We really would want to look to those to understand how we would measure these definitions of success.
That's the vehicle you're going to use to get there, is you're going to complete that, and how you do that is going to comply with mandates or laws, with needs, housing needs, right? And community character.
Compliant with the Growth Management Act, RCW 3670A, consistent with King County countywide planning policies, and certified by the Puget Sound Regional Council Regional Planning Authority.
Are you sure?
Yes. I know. I was going to say that deserved a round of applause.
Okay, so I'm going to look at staff and say, do you know where you're going with this, do you think? I get one head nod. Do you feel like you know where you're going with this? Don't you? It's okay, you don't have to, you maybe not. Okay, but putting your heads together, you can capture the elements of what people are saying. Visual representations, holistic view of the community, and one other thing here, visual representation and laws, how is the city going to comply with laws and regulations, and maintain the community character, because I think that's important to people. Just what I hear. Okay. Are you ready to move on? Okay, good. So let's pick up another easy one, transportation. Yes, Mayor?
Okay, I will start. I think these are great. My SODA is increasing our average walkability and biking score would be great. Of course, transit score, but I know obviously there's way more that goes into that. So the little piece of control we do have, that would be great. But I'm really excited about these things in the next few years. And obviously, it looks like we are quite well aligned with that 1 and 2.
Okay, multimodal, pedestrian-oriented, transportation master plan, maybe with a transit hub. You talked earlier in the safety thing about safe, and that could be under safety or transportation, but I like it under safety if that's okay. Okay, good. Do you like this one? Wait, yes.
Well, I just want to make sure that, as I don't want to make an assumption here, but I don't see it up there, that the transportation master plan pretty much influences or directs to the tip, which is the 6-year transportation improvement plan, which then would also then be the SIP or the TSIP.
100%, yes.
That's the
We would
capital improvement
like
part.
the tip just to slide along the 20-year plan, right?
And so what we're looking for is in this 2-year, the goal would be to obviously get the comprehensive plan, this particular element, transportation. From that, we get a transportation master plan, which will dictate the 6-year tip that we as a council will approve, which then the city manager and staff will look at the budgeting for that particular 2-year window of the 6-year plan.
I feel right.
David Pyle.
I had a David Pyle moment.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Yeah. So that, and rather than embedding safety here, maybe you have in safety, apply a safety lens to everything we do, including transportation. That would do it. Okay.
As I say, Audrey did say there would be safety in the master plan.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Stewart?
I just want to channel Mary Wichter and make sure we, as we're applying the lens, the connectivity lens, I liked the way she framed that up, that's, I think, ultimately what we're trying to achieve is better connectivity through multiple means of, right, whether it be pedestrian, bike, et cetera. So.
Okay. We're good. Unless you stop me, I'm going to move it on. Okay, environment. And under here we had the goal is to protect and appropriate enhance natural environment. You have 3 objectives, something about meet or exceed goals, beginning develop implementing policies, initiatives that further the city's environmental goals and engage community members and stakeholders as active partners. So your objectives are sort of a mix of to-dos and sort of aspirational comments. So, but they're there. You have to figure out what you're going to do with your objectives if they don't match up with what you're calling your measures of success. And the staff will bring back a brilliant recommendation about how you don't lose the elements of that, but they don't come in conflict. So definitions of success, stakeholder and community engagement, and I'm thinking that's around environmental policy, right? Because otherwise it should be under transparency.
Well, question for the council, is it about environmental policy or it is about changing hearts and minds so that residents know what they can do to help achieve reduced carbon?
Well, for me, because this is such a, huge subject and there's so many entities involved in whether we're successful with the climate action goals, is that, and if we're trying to figure out what as a city, what as a community we can affect, as opposed to waiting for federal dollars, et cetera, to finance more of our loftier goals, is that we can, because my so that for this would be so that the community feels that we can take some of this issue within our own control, i.e., and I've put it forward before, the projects such as mini forests that other cities right now are getting on board with, like Shoreline and Georgetown are one of the first communities to start putting in mini forests in very urban communities, much more urban than Sammamish. And I think that those kinds of projects would help our community, our residents feel like that they are contributing to reducing CO2 emissions, even if it's not in a huge way, but there are things that we can do to move those goals forward that maybe don't cost nearly as much as some of the bigger goals that we have in our climate action plan, which may involve people making major changes to how they heat their homes and the kind of appliances they're going to choose down the road, which are maybe infinitely more expensive, but that we can have community-wide projects that would help reduce the CO2 emissions within our city limits. So that would be so that our community feels like we have some local control over reducing those emissions.
every person makes a difference, and what can your city do, both in what the cities, how you run as a city, but information
Well,
and
it's to give
that you
community control over a large, very daunting goal. Like reducing CO2 emissions is like a planet-wide goal, right?
Yeah.
So how do we, within the city limits of Sammamish, make any inroads in that without waiting on federal dollars, et cetera, to come and help us do that? Well, maybe we could do that via community-based projects, via planting mini forests, etc., whatever that might be. And we can do that in a city like Sammamish where we have open space. Cities like Shoreline had to fight for a tiny small piece of ground that did not have a piece of concrete already there. We don't have such an issue. We have some space possibly within our park system that we could maybe do things like that. So that those would be tangible projects that our community could see over a very precise period of time that say, yes, we did that. That is helping. And that gives people a sense of fulfillment and progress and makes you want to go do more. And you've got education opportunities, et cetera, but I think my so that is that we have projects, we have goals, or where our definition of success is where our community feels like it has some kind of control over contributing to this very, very large and expensive issue, as opposed to building a climate action plan that may just gather dust for a long time because we're waiting for things to happen at the DC level. So what can we do in the interim?
So you have a climate action plan, right? Okay. Are there elements of it that get to what she's talking about? Okay, so there are things in there, and so it's implement the climate action plan, focusing on local impact, local community impact, and, what can we do here? But that's a very squished down version of that. But, part of it is what you want to do is get the community involved in a way.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is I want the community to feel like they have some element of a control over something that's hugely uncontrollable in so many ways, right? So what I'm trying to get to is community involvement in a very large problem that we all contribute to on a daily basis. And what can we as a community who have large numbers of resources at our disposal, what can we do to feel like, and maybe it's only a feeling we get, maybe it's not going to contribute largely, but the feel-good factor is worthy as well. What can we do as a community to make an impact on that would have an impact on future generations, maybe not on our lives, but maybe down the road, and small community projects can do that. And it has multiple benefits, not just on the environment, but on our community as a whole, because it brings people together for a common purpose. And I keep talking about mini forests, but I do think it's a place to begin. And if you saw what they did in Shoreline, it was quite amazing how they brought two cities together to put that project together, and in tandem with the tribes as well, with the Duwamish tribe. And it was really a very emotional. I was quite taken aback by what an emotional project that was, and I just went there just to visit. All the volunteers wore red hats because they signed up to come and plant, and they had so it was like this army of red hats that went out to kind of do something tangible and for the environment. It was very inspirational. So that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to help the community have a modicum of control over something that's quite uncontrollable and quite large. So it's not just about communication, it's about having projects where we can say, yeah, we did that, and we did that. And that's where we began. Because it's only a beginning. It's not the finish line, it's a beginning.
So I'm going to look at staff and say, do you feel like you've got enough from that to, and Mike's been typing away, to bring back something, yes, that would make some sense. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me there? Rachel, you asked a good question. And first of all, thank you, Councilmember O'Farrell. That was, I agree with that as well. But I think, Rachel, to your question, I think it's both. I think it's important for us to show the community where they can make a difference. And I like to think of it, combating climate change is kind of like we think about investing, right? It's about the investment you make over time. We want a 5%, when you invest, you want to grow your investments by, 8% a year. Well, we want to reduce, our impacts by a certain percent over time, and we just keep taking those baby steps. So I think we have a ton of opportunity in this space to show how we're creating policies that will have an impact. The city is doing things to reduce our impact from city operations, and the things that the community can do so that they feel that they are having that impact as well. And I think, again, there's a lot of opportunity here to show all of those things, and there's a lot of opportunity to partner with a lot of people. There are a lot of organizations, a lot of our youth who are very concerned about this, where we can help get that community involvement and show the behaviors that people can do, right? People are like, well, I can't take the bus everywhere. And we're like, yes, we know that, but what if you could not drive this once per week where you normally would, right? Reduce the number of car trips a little bit this month, and then next month let's reevaluate that on your personal level. So I think we can do both of those things, Rachel, and I know it's a lot to ask, but it's so important. And again, I think one of the things that we can do in the environmental space is also putting that environmental lens on all of the work we do, whether it's policies we're implementing, our contracting work that we do, to make sure that we have a checklist of things we look for to meet our environmental goals as we do all of our work across the city.
Okay. Local involvement. Yes, Mayor.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. One thing that I would like to see that I don't see specifically called out, within the next 2 years, I'd like to see the city establish a canopy cover goal, because we established our UFMP, and that's been sort of sidelined. I understand there are challenges with implementation on that. There have been challenges with staff, but for me, a definition of success over the next 2 years is we take that document, we right size it, and we establish our canopy cover goal, so that can help inform the work and the planning that we do in the future. And maybe the way that we reflect that is under objective 1.1. We just add comma and canopy cover and to the end of that list.
Okay, good canopy. There, start the little trees, the little forests. I mean, it's a way to do it. Okay, now Mayor?
Yeah, so for definitions of success, it seems like 1, 2, and 4 probably fall under number 3. So if we did climate action plan and implementation, and then obviously, I guess if we're just trying to call out, something for the residents, but I think, I'm like, isn't that all in there? I'm not really sure. And then the 4th one, I think, obviously we're not going to reduce somebody's vehicle miles traveled or their greenhouse gas, but instead just, providing the opportunity or the information to be able to do that instead of us reducing them.
Right. Providing opportunities and educating the public about how that does. I mean, part of it is just understanding the impact that they can have. Okay. You got what you need here? You got it. You're all over it, Rachel. You've got it, right? Okay. Got it. Am I missing somebody? Oh.
Yeah, and I would say that since the approval of the Climate Action Plan and since the establishment of the Sustainability Commission, that has presented us with an avenue to communicate that to our constituents that has been incredibly engaging since we began and finished that process. It's been some of our most engaging posts. It's been some of the highlights in the newsletter and articles on our website. So there definitely is now, I would say, more of an avenue to foster that engagement within the community on those issues. Just something to think about.
Okay, doing something right, yes?
Question for David Pyle, sorry. But again, I got to go back to this comprehensive plan because that's the number one thing for me that we have to get done. It's going to come and see us anyway. So the whole idea that King, it was kind of a new concept to me that wasn't aware of, was this whole wildlife interface that takes place between us as a border city. How much does that play or change or maybe impact the section on the environment on the comprehensive plan?
So new to the comprehensive plan this year is a climate change and resiliency element. We have not had that historically. That is a new thing added to the comp plan. It's a requirement under 3670A. We are working on that. The good news is that our adopted climate action plan provides the foundation for that element. One thing we are highlighting in there is the tension between some of the effects of climate change and our very ambitious canopy goals that we have and our urban forest management plan objectives. It is a conversation, and I think Sid said it very aptly, that we're going to need to talk about it in the next 2 years and figure that out. You do note that on the work plan for 25 and 26 is updating the tree rules. I think that is going to be really the point where that conversation floats to the surface. Just in case you're interested, the State Building Code Council is having a hearing on the WUI codes next Friday. And one of the points of tension is exactly that. It's all around cities' desires to maintain canopy and the sort of environment that people live in versus the desire to cut back on the amount of risk and the impact that wildfires or urban wildfires have in communities. So it's unclear what the outcome of that's going to be yet. We're holding that and waiting to see. So we'll report back on it.
When is that on Friday? What time?
I think it's at like 1 in the afternoon. If you go to the State Building Code Council webpage, it's right there front and center.
Thank you.
All right. Are you ready to move on from the environment? You can never move on from the environment. It's always there. It's everywhere. So yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to throw in that, there is a lot of good work that is already happening, and we will do a better job of making that connection where the community understands what they're doing. So we have a volunteer coordinator, and we have a restoration specialist in the city, and we, on average, plant 800 to 1,000 trees in the city of Sammamish, and this is largely done with volunteers. So today happens to be we couldn't do the MLK Day of Service, and it's happening right now. There are 30 volunteers out there planting trees, and we're going to do a soft opening for Big Rock Park South fairly quickly, and we had 67 volunteers there a couple weeks ago, again planting trees for privacy to neighbors. So there's a lot of good work going on, and I think we can definitely do a better job of making that connection to the climate action plan and goals. Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. The last goal area is trust and transparency. And it's to ensure government is transparent, builds trust with its diverse community by engaging residents in decision-making, etc. Improve accessibility and develop a comprehensive communications plan. So definitions of success, there was outreach and engagement, and I'm guessing that is sort of volume, what you're doing to outreach and how much response you're getting, I think. The city website as a vehicle to deliver information and also to get information. The community survey, which is in process, and then the citywide dashboard that I know that you want, and that maybe you can talk. I think you mentioned something about what other areas that dashboard might come out of. For instance, we talked about it in safety, and what does that dashboard look like? So, outreach and engagement. So is that to not looking at the exact comments, was that to increase the level of public involvement in city decisions? Is that what that was? Or just, outreach is one thing, that's pushing it out. Involvement is bringing them in, right? So what was that? What's important to you there?
it was kind of both. I mean, because to me, a measure would be that we would have an increase in volunteers, an increase in people that apply for commissions, an increase of people, frankly, that show up at public meetings or hearings, or show up at a info table held by the city on anything. So engagement is engagement. It's not good or bad, it's engagement, and providing feedback, opportunity to express a point of view. So to me, that builds a tremendous amount of trust. It's an opportunity for building a lot of trust. So that's how I was looking at it.
So it's outreach is an opportunity, and bringing people in. And I keep coming. I hate to say this, but I keep coming back to the town center.
Yeah.
As an opportunity to really get the community involved in a productive way, to both express their concerns, but also their hopes and fears and all those kinds of things.
And just as it is with a new park or something like that, where there's an opportunity for the public to engage and to say what they want to see and what they prefer not to see at all.
Yeah.
So it is productive that way. Typically, as you know, people will come in if they've got a problem. But you know what? It drives people together, they meet their neighbors for the first time because they coalesce around a single objective, and they show up at a meeting. And I'm fine with that. It's a starting point.
Given the constraints that you have about you're not the masters of the world for all things that get development. You are also always in charge. But if you could get the community to get some kind of common mindset about what town center could be, what it is, would be, because I hear it as a point of contention in the community. Am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong, but it's not 100% right.
Okay.
In that I do believe that opinions have been shifting over time. If you'd asked this question 6 years ago, you would have got a different answer than the one you're going to get today.
Okay.
So, and that's because I think for something like this, because it's so squishy and there isn't a picture anywhere that, that anybody believes in, there isn't something to believe in, and so they fill that void with wild conjecture. But as needs must, as you get to a point where needs start to drive what it could be. Now it's not horrible. It's but there could be. But there's an opportunity for this or that or whatever. I mean, who else here thought Mulbach's is closing? Why can't we have Mulbach's? I mean, come on. Why wouldn't you want that? That would be a lovely addition, or something like that. That was actually a good community driver and bringer in of folk and revenue. So that I see that as opportunity, and I do think that that's a shift of mindset over time, and in particular because circumstances financially are tough for literally everybody that's been hit. There's that affordability component where before you couldn't even say affordable housing without people shutting a door in your face, and now it's I think I get it.
Right.
And it takes years for that perception to start to shift.
Right. I think people confuse affordable housing with low-income housing, or something that is much more serves a different population. The affordable housing is us. That's everybody. It's not just certain populations. Yeah. It's the kids. Yeah. It's the people that are aging out of their homes too. Yes.
Just really quickly, I totally appreciate what Deputy Mayor Howe was saying about wanting a higher level of engagement from the public. I mean, I think generally that is a laudable, auspicious goal, and typically regarded as a good thing. Kind of a paradox that I've observed in my over 25-year career in government is that the better the perception is of how a government is being managed and run, the lower the participation. So I just wanted to point out that paradox because people are like, hey, things are fine at the city. I'm going to go have a barbecue with my neighbors, right? So it's just an interesting paradox. So it's hard to measure and to track our success by that metric. Go ahead.
And fewer PRRs.
Unfortunately, we can't control that either. And
No, I know,
yeah.
that was a metric. That was a metric. It's like, people are engaged, but they're not like engaged. So there's types of engagement.
Again, it's so hard to say whether a particular PRR is good or bad. It just
I
is their
know.
right,
I
right?
know.
So it's just, yeah.
It was a way to try to quantify, if you will, something that we could actually measure. But yes, we want boring meetings. We want people to just, go watch TV. We, to a large extent, but when something we ignite a passion, we do want that participation, and all that comes with it, because we learn something every time it happens.
Okay, so you don't have control over it, and there's only so much that you can do, and how do you use outreach and engagement and participation to make better decisions as a government? Oh, thank you. Okay, no, Kent, go ahead. Really different? I was just trying to throw out a conversation starter, so please. Okay.
I have a conversation starter. So, Jim, not to throw you on the hot seat here, but I am. Objective 2.1 says improve accessibility of information and participation opportunities to the public. It's accessibility of information, though I believe, and I'm very proud of what the website looks like on the face of it for the public. What happens, though, on the back side of it, which hasn't changed in the time that I've lived here, is how to the public, or for someone to just go in and say, hey, I would like to look at the resolutions that were passed in the last 2 years. I would like to, so you go into the search and you put something in. Oh, I get busy, get distracted. I come back, do the exact same search, and I get stuff that I don't even know what it has nothing to do with resolutions. Or if I want to look at, so that whole back side of there's a lot of issues there, right? So if I could have something that in 2 years was awesome, was that I would have the ability to retrieve the data, the information that is there in a way that is more efficient. So that if I do a search, and I was hoping, and this is now going back 4 years, right? My hope was back when we pushed forward to redesign the website, that piece would be fixed. I thought we were paying for that, to be honest with you. It's not fixed. So is there a way to continue to move the website forward in its efficiency for the public?
Okay. Who wants to go first?
The answer is yes. However, that was one of the initial goals for the new website, was to have the searching capabilities increased. And while they're better than they were for the old website, they're clearly not good enough. So that's obviously a task for us.
Go ahead.
If I could add really quickly, though, Councilmember, I think the other piece that is a little bit of a challenge is that the resolutions and ordinances sit within the iCompass component and that are separate from the broader website. So if you do a search on the website, you're not going to find any of that stuff. You have to be in the iCompass functional piece in order to do that search to actually get the hit you're looking for. So that's,
and see the same thing with, like, if I wanted to look at permits, right? Or then I've got to go into another place to access that with my permit, or if I've got to go into another. So you see how it's not very
Can I add one thing? So I think addressing a lot of what I'm hearing here, one of the and what we talked about earlier with the update to the permit system is one of the criteria that we're looking for is sort of an open portal that would address PRRs. It would address being able to find information. It would address trust and transparency, because somebody would be able to access documents related to a specific permit without having to file a PRR. And that is something we don't currently have. We're really close to it, We do everything electronically here, so it'd be real easy to open that up. We just have to get the portal to be able to do it.
And is that a money issue? Is that something that we as a council would need to make allocation in the budget for?
Well, that's what Jim was talking about earlier from the eGov Alliance component. I think that's all connected into that. So those decision points will come before council this year, I believe, Jim. That's what I heard you say.
Correct, sometime mid-year.
But you're trying to increase user friendliness, so the ability to have links that work, that you can click on, that go to the place where you want to go, right?
Well, and that's why I was hearing one of our other council members talking about reducing the number of PRRs. And it's like, well, yeah, I wouldn't have to request a list of all the homeowners association in the city on a PRR. That information would be available right on the website, so that so a lot of the stuff and I don't know this for sure because I'm not on the details side, but I imagine a lot of the information that's being asked for by the public, at least in the past, some of that information should have already been open to the public. And actually, I know that a lot of it is. It's just really clunky to try to go get it, and just, even for me to go back and look at an agenda in 2021 as to this particular stormwater element is almost impossible. How come I can't just punch in there? I even know October 16th on a Tuesday in 2021, we had a stormwater item on the agenda. I put that into the search engine and I get 17 pages not related to that particular agenda item or even that date. Like, I'll just search the date agenda city council. How hard is that? I should get at least the agenda for the city, and it doesn't show up, or it's on page 17. And so I have to sit there and wait for the system to spool through. Well, that's garbage, right? That means people give, like, some people are very persistent. Yeah, other people just give up, so.
Okay, Carrie?
So I agree that the website should be continuously improved, right? There's always ways that we can try to, sorry, Jim, I'm putting work on your plate, but there's always ways we can enhance it to make it more user-friendly and intuitive. Just, helpful tip for anyone who may be watching in YouTube. Councilmember Treen, if you go to your government, city clerks, there's official city documents, and that's where you can find all those things. But I agree with you. If you just search for it, you're not going to find it. You have to go to official city documents, but maybe that's like a tab we could add on the front page so people know that's where I look for official city documents. And then they can get to that quicker and
But
easier.
how do they know something's an official city document? I mean, most things are, but that's a lot.
Right. You have to have some, you're right. You have to have some already knowledge about what you're looking for and where to find it. You do have to dig to find some things,
Yeah.
in my experience.
So the idea is that how do you go in without having to know anything in particular and look for something through a good search? And that's, you understand, is a problem. And the question one, is it, now, my building permit, that was a whole different financial thing. But is there, is it a funding thing? Do you need to hire somebody to work on that? Is it a funding thing?
It's not a funding thing, it's a priority setting. So what I'm hearing is that it is a priority.
It is a priority, but it was going to get pushed to get that to the front of the line. But I mean, and that's the way you need to think about it. Is a matter of prioritization, or is it a matter of some one-time funding to, backfill somebody so that they can get the work done? So
if we're going to talk about PRs for a second and talk about impacts, right? The biggest thing that we get PRs for building permits, and every jurisdiction's the same, right? And so one of the things that the clerk's office is doing is going for a grant to go ahead and digitize all of the rest of our permits, because the older ones are not digitized, right? But the current ones are. If we're going to talk about impact and scale, maybe that's the priority, is to get all of the permit documents in a place that they are searchable and done. And then we're focused, we've got impact, and that would really move the lever on that PRR issue. So that may be a way we want to sort of focus this discussion.
And that could be a funding thing, because you can hire people to do that. You don't have to do that with existing staff. It's a project, and there's people out there that do that. I've seen them sit in city halls, fielding, throwing paper through a scanner endlessly. But then there's the back end stuff that you have to do in order to. But as they enter it, I think they do some kind of a coding that tells the system what it is that it's receiving. So, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm not making that up, am I?
No, you're not.
Okay. So, trust and transparency. So part of it is fix the website. I get optimize the website. And you've talked. I see the citywide dashboard, and staff, what they're looking for, right?
Yeah, I think I do have a question, because I think I see the word dashboard about 400 times on people's suggestions. So I'm like, what are we dashboarding? I mean, that's the thing. I'm like, how, I don't even know. I guess I don't know what a citywide dashboard for trust and transparency would look like. I think one of my suggestions was just call something the transparency page and have council salaries, a link to the whatever documents. What did you say? The important ones. So that's where I'm like, I don't even know what this dashboard would look like. We're 70% trustworthy.
PRR requests.
Yeah.
No, I'm making that up. We wouldn't do that way. But
yeah, that one confuses me.
Yeah. Okay, Pam?
Yeah, fair question. I actually provided some examples when we did this exercise, I sent in my Word document because I kind of did all my writing in Word. And so I think that's a fair question, is we do throw the term dashboard around. I do think it does really come down to how do we want to present the information to the public. In my head, right, the dashboard starts out at this very high level where we have our goals and objectives. And then people can drill in and see for each one of those areas, how are we tracking our progress towards each one of these objectives. And again, be clear with people, this is our progress over the next 2-year period, not over the next 10 to 20-year period or whatever that is. And then some of those can take you to other places where we may want to take people down a rabbit hole of data and details, and people can go as deep as they want to. So that for me, that's in my head, what we provide to people is that ability to start big and be able to very easily click on and continue to drill into what they want to see more of, so that we provide the information for all of the different users. Because again, some people just want to know, hey, we're making progress, I'm happy. Other people are like, wait a minute, where's that data coming from? How can I learn more? So that's what it means to me. I have provided some examples of what I consider good dashboards. I can share that out with the council more broadly. And I think that would be helpful for us to kind of come together on what we would like to see in terms of that communication. And that can also help with some of that searching as well, right, is to provide other avenues for people to get to that information. But I would also echo support for Councilmember Treen's suggestion that we do improve our search capabilities for information. I know technically why it's a challenge, but again, our constituents don't really care, right? They just want to be able to go to the website and search something. So to the extent we can help staff achieve that, that would be great.
Got that, Jim? Okay. So, when I think of dashboard, I think it's a very visual snapshot of some different things that, kind of tells a story. And I think, Councilmember, I think that you were using it more as a link to other things, as a portal, to get to all the other things, but at a really high level, a look at what the city's doing and in different areas. Is that I mean, dashboard, snapshot, very visual pictures, numbers. Is that what you were thinking? Yes?
Well, I do think of, like, if I wanted a dashboard of the city, it would be like, how many parks per capita do you have? How many roads are in process of being upgraded? And what's our score on that? Or what's our snow removal policy? How do we do? Or what's the customer sat on this particular facet? Unfortunately, that's what I think of when I think of a dashboard, which is a lot of just data that does change over time, some of it, and some of it doesn't change that much at all. So in how many break-ins did we have last month? We're gonna have to be really specific about that. You can't manage what you can't measure, but I'm not sure that we know what we want to project out to the public. So I'm not clear on it as to what needs to be there and what would be actually useful, and it depends on who's using it and for what purpose. If it's to attract eyeballs to the city because we want them to come here to shop or spend their time, for example, or is it for residents only, or
those are really good questions, and I guess, Scott, and then I would sort of turn to the communications guru here and say, so this is a communications issue.
So I appreciate the dialogue around this, and I will share with you what it said to me, or says to me, as we were going through this exercise today, which is in my mind, where I think you all were headed is to be able to clearly communicate out to your community what are your goals and how are we defining success over the next 2 years, and that is the dashboard. And within that would be haven't started, in progress, substantial completion, whatever it is, and there can be a sub link to here are the things that make that up. And you can go, to Pam's point, you can go jump around from there. But that broad, high level, citywide to me is council. And council policy direction is the thing that I think is the most impactful for your community.
I don't know if they care.
Well, but then that's a better question though, right? Yeah. So and I'm just gonna say this, and please don't shoot the messenger here, but if you don't think the community cares, what is the point of this exercise?
I continue to struggle with that, to try to put myself into the seat of the resident, saying, well, what does it mean to me? And if we're not doing that.
And Karen, I totally agree, and I think this is the part where, for your staff, what we were trying to get is, how should we be focusing our resources to be able to spend dollars that you all are, and bring you budgets that reflect what you want us to do? And that's the connection point, and that may not be where you all feel the community is, and if so, that's great. That's just something that we need to know, because what we clearly heard last year going through this and coming back to you on a couple of rounds is, we want you to put this in a dashboard, put it on the website so everybody can see not only what the goals and objectives are, but also what are the measures. And so the question really is, what is important for you to share out with your community?
So, Councilmember O'Farrell, but you already had yours up. Councilmember Howe?
Yeah, I'll take mine down because I've wrapped myself around my own axle here for a second, which is extraordinarily uncomfortable. But
ouch.
Well, because when I look at like outreach and engagement, this is something that we're poking people to do. It isn't because they raise their hand saying, I'd like you to reach me. Could you just engage the heck out of me? No one's asking for that. So these are, our residents are not going to ask for that. That's something that we're providing the opportunity for those that want to engage, but we will also try to encourage it, because we're looking for the feedback and understanding if are we on the mark or off the mark. I just want to make sure that whatever we end up doing, it's something that the residents actually in their heads have prioritized, that they already have, that it's an intrinsic feeling. And that's where frankly, it's going to be safety. It's going to be finances. It's going to be what's your, what?
Permits, that's all I get emailed.
Okay, and permits, apparently in permits.
Well, That's permits, but that's a certain part of the population that's focused on permits. They're very focused, but it's only certain people. So, Councilmember O'Farrell, and then go over here.
Well, I really don't have anything more to add. What Karen just kind of encapsulates what I was going to say, and Scott, the way you kind of envisioned the dashboard, that's kind of what I was thinking. And I don't think people necessarily, I don't think our residents necessarily walk around thinking, oh, I wish I knew, I think we will start with, I think we should start somewhere, and that maybe the dashboard over time evolves into something else, and we put up other information, we take down other stuff that maybe people are not really interested in tracking. But I think we need to start somewhere, and if we begin somewhere, then we'll become more informed over time as to what's useful to the community, what is not useful. But I think we need to begin somewhere and begin kind of, Scott, for me, kind of what you were saying, this is where we are on this project, this is how much more we've left to do, or this project's complete. And if we kind of start that way, and if we over time get feedback from the community that that's useful information, or no, we don't care about those issues, this is what we'd like to see on the dashboard. But I think we have to pick something, start there, and then just see how it evolves over time.
And so you'd want to do that same thing that you were talking about, is de-governmentalize it, so that it's something that people could know what they were looking at. And so that, because governments are just so good with acronyms and buzzwords that mean everything to you but nothing to the general public. So, so approachable, and that's where I think your communications people come in, is to how do you take technical information and make it approachable? You got it? Yeah, that's what I do, okay. Okay, so.
So I think one thing our community has sort of struggled with is the loss of a local newspaper. So it's hard to just know what's going on in the community. When I think about our dashboard, I think, as is mentioned, people don't really care what's happening unless they're concerned, right? Unless they come up with something they're unhappy with. So giving our residents a way to know, okay, I'm concerned about this, I can go to this website, to this dashboard, and learn more about it. Give an avenue they know they can trust, where it's, the information is accessible. Because right now the website is, as has been mentioned, a little opaque. If I want to find something on the city website, I don't search on the city website. I go to Google and I search City of Sammamish this, and it brings up the page I need. But that is probably not the most intuitive flow for a resident.
But Google works amazingly. It does. So do you have? So when you talk about sort of increasing community awareness and what the city does and what you're working on and everything, do you have? I know you have events, and do you have one big annual open house event where you have come in, you have exhibits and staff there to answer questions, and you have little polls, you have interactive exercises where people are writing what they learn or putting a stick pin in something, or something that, and maybe some small groups, maybe a lecture part where you bring in an expert, on something. Town centers? No, I'm kidding. But what do you do to bring everybody? We have done that before. You have events like that, and they're you get everybody in, you promise them food. Maybe you get the food at the different restaurants in your community, ethnic foods, things that are popular in your community, because people are attracted to food. You have things for the kids to do, right? And all those things, and it's a big lift, but you talk to people, you get them coming by and talking to you and asking you questions, and the council's roaming around and just talking to people, getting to know them. Like I said, if you offer them food, it really is. Because it really brings people together in a way. Breaking bread together is something that brings people together. If they know they can bring their kids, you get a fire truck out there, you get a police car out there, they're happy. They've got the police and fire always have, stuff that they can give, and the Vector truck. You have a Vector truck, right? Where you don't have a Vector truck. Well, you do have some big equipment, though, right? some interesting things that they might be interested in. But, you know, something that they could safely climb on and look at. So that's there. Forget the dashboard. Do a big community event.
And we do that. I mean, we all know this, but the big event is the 4th on the Plateau, the 4th of July celebration. And then from May to October, we have the weekly Wednesday farmers market out here in the plaza. And the city staff, I think, has done a really great job of having tables and booths and engaging with the public out there and polling them. And, you know, it's all informal, right? But they have little prizes and trinkets and stuff for kids. And it's very interactive. And, you know, all the departments, I feel like, engage to some degree. And that we have Rigapalooza for Public Works for the kids to experience the big rigs and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I know. This is a
so
city
we do
hall.
those things.
This
and
is a city hall centric thing.
So
Well, I would just want to jump in and recognize David's staff for leadership for last year, because they did that last year. They had a huge event, which was all of the things that you discussed and more, and it was hugely successful.
Yeah.
So, and I know there were lots of other staff involved, but
And you
David's
don't need a
staff
comp
really
plan
led
to get
that.
something like that done, right?
And there's another one on the 28th.
So let some of the other departments in too. I mean, you know, really, it's about everything. Okay. Yeah.
Well, what I'm hearing here is that Chief Lysette is going to be putting on a very large event.
with jet skis.
I thought I heard for the 4th of July that we're going to require every resident to read a policy before they're let into the facility. You know, it's a buy-in to the show.
Where do you do your event? What is this, an indoor 4th of July event? No. Oh, good, because that would sound dangerous. All right. Okay. All right. I don't want to beat this one to death. And if you feel like you've said what you want to say, you've asked your questions, we've been through all the goal areas, and we got there faster. Now, the staff has a lot of work to do, so maybe we can get the staff to kind of get back to council about what it is they expect and make sure that what you're going to do is consistent with what the council wants you to do as a follow-up to this retreat.
Marilyn, if I could have one piece on this goal, and then I think it might make sense to circle back on the financial sustainability piece.
Okay.
Because now that we've gone through the rest of these to see where we are on that one. But for this one of the things that maybe it was said and it just didn't resonate with me, but I would love to hear the so that for these pieces. I heard some issues identified, and I heard things that we might want to do, but I think what would be really helpful for us is what is the so that here? Because I think that is a piece that we're always going to struggle with on the outreach and the surveys and all that kind of stuff. And I think I'm just getting a sense from council about where should we be really headed aside from the things that we're already doing. And I think that's just a question that I have in listening to the conversation. We've identified a whole lot of stuff, with the possible exception of the website, that are of things that we already do. So then the question really is, for the next 2 years, what is the so that here?
So I'm clear on what you're asking. Is it like the outreach and engagement so that we have residents that feel comfortable being able to express their points of view to anyone, whether it's staff or council person, and feeling like they've been heard and understood. Maybe what they asked for isn't going to happen necessarily, but they understand that they've been heard, and there might even be a why or why not that goes behind that. And just going to the city website, trusting that it works, that it delivers accurate information in a timely fashion, like any other commercial website. And that the survey is such that we're able to use the information we get from it to do the stuff we have to do. So it's actually actionable input. And in terms of the dashboard, it can be used so that it can be used, and so that we'd actually see viewership and usage go up, and the dashboard becomes a useful, reliable source of information, given the fact we are in a news desert.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So Councilmember Stewart just sent her examples of a dashboard, and one of them is from Issaquah. It looks almost like a visualization of something like this document that we're creating. So maybe the so that of that outreach piece is the so that of this entire document and this process that we're doing today. But the so that of why are we making this document is the same reason we would make a dashboard, and just communicate that a little more visually. I don't know if that is helpful.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't know how to put this in really accurate terms, but so that we can overcome some of the empathy or the not empathy but apathy. Thank you, and that we would see a record number of turnout during the next voting cycle, because the people trust in the process of government.
Okay. Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, I would say so that
We can't hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
No, still can't hear you.
Any better?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm going to borrow from Mayor Clark.
Oh, you're fading out again. Is it a battery issue?
I don't think so.
I don't think she's talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies. Mayor Clark, I think your revision to the, proposed revision to the goal itself actually does a really good job of summarizing the so that the public is aware of, what we're doing and the reasoning behind our decisions and our conclusions. And that's a big paraphrase from what you have there, but I think it's really important, right? So that the community can always find the information so they understand what we're doing, how we're spending their money, and what's gone into those decisions.
I'm going to agree with that.
Okay, at least one head nod there. So, okay, all right. So, city manager, where are you now with this? I'm just curious. I want to make sure that you leave with a common understanding about what you're doing here.
I think this is going to require us to pull some stuff together, because I think we heard a lot of so that's. And so what I don't want to have is a giant run-on sentence that says so that.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm talking about this one particularly.
You're going to huddle and, yeah.
Well, I do think I want to circle back to the
fiscal
financial sustainability first, and then maybe we can have that what are the next steps discussion.
Cycling back, Mike. Oh, there it is. Okay, yes. Do you want to comment here?
Well, I just want to make sure, since on the rest of these, we sort of went through, you all discussed, I know when we started off this one, we had a lot of, there was a fair amount of confusion, so I want to make sure that before we move on and sort of wrap things, that we're all on the same page with these pieces, and they make sense to you all, if they work, and if they don't, if we can talk through those now and get a better sense of what you all would want to have happen now that we've gone through all the rest. So hindsight being 2020, this is our opportunity for hindsight.
Okay, so now that you've gone through all of the goal statements, what revelations do you have about this particular, which is really fundamental to everything you do, fiscal sustainability? What do you think about what's up there, and how would you change it?
Just a suggestion, but to check in with the council, what about looking at the goal? Is the so that you do not have to cut services or reduce services?
You can maintain the level of service, right? Okay, is that important? Yep. Okay, that's one of the things. I mean, you want to maintain the level of service, and then you have to fund it. you have to fund it at a level that it can be maintained, right? That's the money part. Okay, so maintain level of services. What else is important?
And if these are fine, that's totally fine. I just know when we sort of decided to move away from this one to try to step into another as there's a fair amount of confusion. So I wanted to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
I think I'm on the same page, but I do have a question about number 2, and just, first question is, do we have the CFO of the city currently? Aaron's.
Well, right now we have a couple of components. Rachel, Mark, and I sort of function as a part of one, and we have brought on a former finance director as a staff resource to help us get things a little more sorted, and we in all likelihood will be going out for recruitment here in the next month or so for finance director.
Second, what's the typical timetable for hiring and onboarding this position?
For a high-level position like that, and I am told by multiple people that they are in high demand and they don't really exist very easily, it's probably going to be a while. So I think, this is our collective team approach with some consultant help, and, we all, between the three of us, have a fair amount of experience. Ideally, we'd have someone that was directly responsible for that, but I think in the meantime, continues to be a team effort to get us to where we need to be.
So if you guys don't agree with number 2 on implementing a public process resulting in balanced biennial budget, okay, you got to balance it anyway. We know that's going to happen. But the whole part about transparency between budgeted and actual expenses, if that doesn't fit into the style at which you guys manage the finances of the city, or if I was talking to a CFO, what I know about CFOs is that the actuals come out after. You budget, you make your best guess, you live the year, you see what your actuals are. Sometime in February or March or September in the new year, you get the actuals. So I don't have so to me this is kind of redundant or is not to me as important, but I'm one vote. So, but if it doesn't fit who's doing the work, then why would I impose that on them as a council member and say, this is a priority and I'm going to measure you by this kind of thing? You see where I'm coming from?
I understand where you're coming from, council member, but what I would say is that you all are giving me direction and I would be imposing that on whoever it is that is.
Yeah, but you're the three-headed monster that's imposing it on yourself.
No, but we're the ones that pulled this language together, and this has been our commitment to council.
Then I'm in agreement.
And this is what we plan to do. So just want to make sure we're all on the same page. That and in all honesty, that is the measure, the definition of success for this goal. I think that's the piece we wanted to make sure of, so that when we get to that point, you all can say to your community, this was for the next 2 years, this was our goal, and here's how we measure the success. And did we or did we not find success? Okay. Right.
Councilmember Howell?
My favorite part of it is the public process. So that, to me, that's the thing that's the most telling and the most important. In my heart of hearts, I love a participatory budget. I know that they're extraordinarily difficult to do, and no one that I know of has been successful. However, I love the idea. Love it to death. So if I can get that heart of that in there, so that the public is engaged in any measure, any way, so that they feel like, oh, that's why that money went there.
Yeah,
it'd be really helpful.
It's really hard to get the public engaged in the budget. One, because they don't feel particularly capable in that area, that they know enough, and it's not interesting enough. It's not a park. It's not a tree. There are ways to do that. I know I've struggled with that for years, and I even did a focus group with some people. Paid come in behind the glass and. Why, on a scale of 1 to 5, how much do you think understand the city's budget? And they all kind of come and go, 1, maybe 2, okay. And then, how much do you want to be? how much do you want to know about the city's budget? Maybe 2. And so we kind of probed that a little bit, the facilitator did, and about, so why is that? And, you know, one of the answers was, I would much rather be in my gardening, than talking to the city about the budget. I want you to handle it. I want the city to handle it. And if you don't hear anything from the public, that's one of those things where you're probably doing okay. I mean, what you want to do, as long as you don't get into a crisis, when you get into a crisis, then people are going to be, or you're cutting services everywhere, people are going to notice. The other time they're going to notice is when you ask for money. And there's ways to get into that are, you know, depends on how much you're asking for. Some is within your authority to do as decision makers and policy makers for the city, and some of it is things that you need to take to the vote. There's something in between that says we're going to ask people about this and see what they think, which is be careful what you ask for, because you're the decision makers, right? You represent the public, and they hopefully trust you to do what's best for the city. So that's, I mean, the only way to get, you know, people involved is it's like a game, you know, they play a game and they have, you know, so much money and they can put it in different places. They have online simulations like that, or you can do things at your farmer's market. And, you know, there's things that you can do, but it really is hard to get people's attention unless you have a big problem. And that's not a bad thing, because there's so many other things they want to know about. Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate staff tackling this one. I do think it's really important. I think, you know, we joked in the beginning about growing up and turning 25. As a young city, we've had some benefits, if you will, in that in the early days we had very low operations because, we were new and we didn't have a lot of staff. As the expectations on our city and our staff have grown, and we've had to grow what we do, things have become tighter. And so I think historically we have significantly overestimated our expenses and underestimated our revenues in an overly conservative manner. And we've been able to kind of get away with that because things have turned out that way. We have a much different financial situation with a little bit higher inflation and higher interest rates these days, that I think kind of bringing those more into reality as we do make some big potentially capital investments going forward. And combating climate change, right? That is not going to be free. That is going to be very expensive. So I think focusing on number 2 is going to be a really important process for the public as we move forward, as with that trust and transparency of being able to clearly communicate to the public why we're making these decisions. So I think these are good. I provided earlier, right, maybe changing number 1 to be less of a task and more about, creating that ability to fund our ongoing operational expenses is probably more of what that success looks like. But I think this will be great for now. I appreciate the work from staff on this.
Councilmember Trine, you didn't, but you didn't. Okay. Yeah. Standing down. Okay. All right. Anything else on this? Is this helpful to loop back to this? And
Yes, I appreciate council's confirmation that we're on the right path there. So I think at this point, it's the question of where do we go from here? We heard a lot of good feedback and comments from council, and really appreciate the discussion around the so that piece so that we can better understand. I think what our approach is now is, I know Mike and Rachel have both taken a fair amount of notes. I think we're going to go back and try to come back to you with what we heard and synthesize it down. We heard different pieces from different folks, try to get to something that we can all agree on. And when I say we, I mean all of you. And come back in a hopefully a less formal setting at a study session and have that dialogue and walk through and with the goal of getting the council sort of nod that those are the right pieces, so then we could go off and start building the dashboard. So that's where we're trying to head, and what I would ask council is to think when we bring this back to try to keep it bigger picture and maybe not wordsmith quite so much, but to make sure that we've captured the essence of what you want us, where you want us to be, and what and why, and then we can work on what the separate measurements are specifically, but for the broader pieces, we can build the dashboard out in relative short order so that we can start communicating out with the community. And
you're going to put it on your website, and you're going to get it to be able to connect with things, right?
I think that's what we'd be working towards. I think we'd want to get the actual, the goals and the definitions of success with the objectives, and we'll just up front right now, some of them don't marry up, and I think that's a piece that we'll have to come back around to say, if the definitions that you all said were of success don't marry up with the objectives, then I think we might need to you all might need to figure out what some other language might be. And one of the other pieces was on the trust and transparency piece. The second objective, for instance, we accomplished this last year. So I think that's one where either we remove that one or something else. So again, I think when we come back, I think that's just trying to get those set so that we can move forward, that we know as we start to go through budget conversations that we know we're on the right path and that we haven't missed anything and that we are aiming for where you want us to aim.
Okay, so so we are here today, February. The survey is in process.
The instrument's coming to council here shortly, and then it will go out later on early spring.
Okay, so you'll have a chance to see what questions are being asked, and I encourage you not to get too far into the weeds, because putting together survey questions is an art and a science. So just, are you asking the right questions? So then you're going to get that back in March, April?
Probably late April, early May.
Late April, early May, okay. And so you've got this task and you have the survey, and then you're going to launch into your budget process when?
Well, there'll be different pieces of that one. We'll be working on that in relative short order. Some of the pieces are you already heard some of it today. The PCI rating discussion is a budget piece. I mean, there are a lot of budget pieces that we'll be building towards that. We have a number of capital conversations that have to happen as well. So there's a number, the budget process will be, I would say it's going to be a year-long process this year to get us to an actual adopted budget. So you'll hear a lot about it before we bring you an actual draft proposed budget.
Okay, and maybe some kind of a general timeline. We're going to do this and this and this and this, just so that you know when things are coming, because you have to put out a call for budgets at some point, right? To the departments.
Yeah, we literally had our first meeting on the budget this past Monday, so it is going to be a year-long process, and part of that is pulling together the timeline. It's the first task.
Okay. So everybody knows what's going on with fiscal sustainability. Okay, what else that I can help with before you go on to your rules of procedure?
Just a quick check-in with council members. Is there anything that was missing today as we think about the next couple of years? Did we miss any from what you saw on the project list? I know we asked you this before, but I think this is the time where you've heard that we're going to start sort of building components of the budget as we go. We have a lot of projects that have already been identified, and we want to make sure that we're not missing anything big. So anything policy-wise that we maybe haven't touched on yet that you want to bring up, now would be a great time.
So this is a question, and I know that we're in the midst of the comprehensive plan update, and I appreciate that, and I realize that takes a lot of resources. But when I look ahead to if we had a big idea or a big opportunity in order to do something substantive in our lifetimes. Which is shorter than I'd like to say. But at any rate, how would we do that? If there's an opportunity to do something that would be significant, what is my path?
Okay, so if the council has things they want to recommend to be thought about as you're developing the budget, what is their opportunity to do that? When is their opportunity to do that?
It's a timing. I do think it is partially timing.
Well, Councilmember, I would say that, within the next couple of months, if you have something in mind, that's something where we would want to flesh it out a little bit more so that council could have a meaningful conversation about that and give us at least direction to say, come back with some proposed dollars to spend on whatever it might be. And that we would weigh that as part of all the other pieces. I think that. I want to know now. If you know what it is, then.
I know now.
All right, well, let's try it out.
Well, okay. The example I would give is flattening the Boys and Girls Club and starting over and building the Boys and Girls Club and putting affordable housing above. How do I do that? I want to do it now. What'd she say?
Okay.
I was thinking that, I just wasn't going to say it.
Is that on me
support?
or on the?
No, I appreciate that, Councilmember Howe, and I think that's one of the pieces that we will be having conversations this year. This gets at capital, it gets at partnerships, it gets at affordable housing, it gets at utilization of resources. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I think that's one of those pieces that we want to do a little more thinking about and come back to council with some where might we start and what might it look like. So I think this is a great placeholder.
Uh-oh, you just started something.
I know.
Big ideas. Okay, no.
Can I just add to that real quick? Just a preview for the study session is we are going to be talking about a regional agenda at the study session this month, right? And that could be a good place too to put something like that in as well, as to explore the.
And obviously, I don't care that it's that particular thing, but
Right. On that draft regional agenda, just so that since we're talking about this, should we explore a partnership with Metro to look at doing something exactly of what you're saying down at the Park and Ride?
Okay. Councilmember Treen?
Pine Lake Park and Ride? Okay, thanks. Good enough. Wow, great idea, both of you. Thank you. I have another one. Of course. But I like Anjali a lot. I think she's one of the best directors that's in the community here on the staff, and her whole department is amazing of what we see in the city. So I just first give kudos out to our Parks and Recs director. As a young city of 25 years, I think one of the things that my wife mentioned this earlier is it reminds us of Bothell when we first got there and what was happening there. And one of the things that I'd like to see is major land purchase for parks and open spaces, because the land is there and there is a lot of out there. It's just a matter of how do we bring those entities together to actually acquire the land. It's nice to have land donated to you, which we've benefited from that immensely, and we do appreciate that. But I think going forward, if we really want to make the Parks Department sing in 20 years or 50 years from now, as the city grows, acquiring the land now is the most efficient way to get you to that goal. And so if there is something that I could do to help on that, I would definitely want to see that happen.
So
at least the process started.
So you're going to want to talk about, is this open space, active parks, trails, those kinds of things. Yeah. Now that so you're going to get the land so you can do what you want? Okay.
Yeah, appreciate that, Councilmember Tree. And I think, that's the pros plan process that we just completed. And I think that plan lays out where we should be investing those park resources. And so I know, the last pros plan was very focused on land acquisition and we have a number of pieces in process right at the moment.
So the pros plan is part of the comp plan process. So there's a lot wrapped into that process that is going to come back to you. That has to be done by the end of this year? This year? Next year? This year? This
Pros plan
2024.
is the council adopted, you'll recall. We
Yeah, okay.
check that box. But yeah, the rest of the comp plan still is coming
Okay.
this year.
Councilmember Stewart?
Well, yeah, since for a minute there, I thought Karen had launched this and then ran away, but I see she's back. I would throw out there one of the things that I don't think we have a really specific bucket for are other community amenities. So kind of along the lines of what Karen and Kent are bringing up around as we look to the next 25 years, what about a performing arts center or those other kinds of community amenities and community spaces that we need as a city? Maybe they're not a need in terms of, top of the needs pyramid, but I think that they are things that we need to plan for now because they won't happen overnight. And there are kind of moments in time of opportunity to be able to make sure we have a space for them. So I think that may be part of the town center plan, but it's not explicitly called out here. And so I don't want us to miss that opportunity either. And I think it kind of goes hand in hand with things like parks and open space. There are big things we may want, and we need look no further than Kirkland at how hard that can get over time. So now might be our opportunity to figure out where we want those to be and how we can make that happen. Even if they don't happen tomorrow, just having that plan for it.
Great, thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Tree, did you? No, just, okay, done.
All right.
Anybody else? Okay, so how about that? You're done early for the part I was to be involved with, and if you want to call an end to that portion of the retreat and take a little break and then go into your last part. I don't know if you need a break or not, but yes.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know how long it's going to take, so it looks very short. But.
I was going to say 10 minutes, maybe.
Okay, so 10-minute break and come back at 3.
Or we could just power through and be done. It's up to you all.
It looks like a break, because then I think staff can leave, right?
Yeah.
Oh. They want to go. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah.
All right, 10-minute break.
10 minutes, yes.
Your consultant.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm going to pass it to our city attorney.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And we're here to wrap up today. I promise I won't belabor this. But we're going to talk again about our council rules of procedure. Recall we talked about this at last year's retreat at the end of last January. And then we brought a resolution with amendments to the council rules of procedure based on that discussion. That was, I would say, broader scope than what we're talking about today. So I welcome any thoughts and suggestions from council about what you would like to see as far as potential amendments to the council rules of procedure, but I wanted to start off by first talking about what happened December 5 at that council meeting. For those of you that were participating in that, recall that we were victims of hate bombing. So we had some remote participants during our meeting that participated through Zoom and made anti-Semitic remarks, hate speech. And so the clerk's office, in conjunction with my team, has implemented a different protocol since then that I would like the council to consider formally adopting an amendment to the rules to implement. So I've got some other ideas too that we can talk about. Scott, I'm sorry, and did you want to say something? Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, so if you go to your packet materials, and this is at the top of page 17 of the council rules, you'll see some red line proposed changes. So you've got new text underlined, of course, proposed deleted text stricken. And This is actually consistent with the policy that the clerk's team has been implementing since that December 5, 2023 meeting. So just by way of context, I want to kind of level set and tell everyone that council meetings are limited public forums. What this means is the primary objective is for you to conduct city business. So you can, consistent with the First Amendment, impose time, place, and manner restrictions, provided that they are viewpoint neutral and reasonable. There's been a lot of court case litigation on this topic, and so I just want to start off by saying some city councils have limits on only comments can be related to items on the agenda. You do not have that. Your comments can be broader than that. If you were to amend your rules to say you can only comment on agenda-related items, that would be yet another potential tool that you could use to try to limit hate speech, for example. But you may not want to do that. You may view that as overly restrictive. You know, just because it's not on your agenda to talk about recycling, someone might want to come to the podium and talk to you about their ideas about recycling. So again, that's totally within council's discretion. I leave that to you. But you don't have any restriction about public comment currently that says it has to be limited to items on the agenda. So I just wanted to remind you about that, because remember, this is like housekeeping, where the rules are supposed to be a living, dynamic document. You don't just like put them on a shelf and let them gather dust. So here we are talking about them again. So you can have, again, time, place, manner restrictions as long as they're viewpoint neutral and reasonable. So again, the OPMA has certain requirements as well, and it requires that all city councils provide for public comment at every meeting in which the body intends to take final action. So that's why we have it. It's literally required by the Open Public Meeting Act. We have in our rules 2 places where it talks about disruptive behavior. That's under general decorum in 3.4 in meetings. And then also under 4.3, which we're looking at the top of page 17, order of business, public comment, and testimony. And if you'll look with me at the proposed new language, I just wanted to give you all a chance to read that if you haven't already, and see if you have any reactions to it. Again, it's what we've already been doing since December 5, and it appears to be working. I don't know what all of you think, but it seems like it's working, and Krista and Lita are publishing the agendas, and they have that cover sheet that talks about if you want to make remote public comment, you need to pre-register. You need to do so by 3 p.m. the day of the meeting. Again, it seems to be working, so we are just simply proposing to implement that in a formal manner through an amendment. So what that would look like is I would come back to you very soon with a resolution so that you could amend your council rules and make these changes as suggested here. So there are some other potential strategies that you could consider in addition to potentially limiting comments to only items on the agenda. I'm not hearing a lot of energy around that because, you know, maybe you view that as overly restrictive to the community. Head nods, I'm seeing head nods. Oh, go ahead, Mayor Clark.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it wasn't about that. Okay. Yeah, okay, sorry. I was just asking Scott about, you know, because obviously it seems like we're so nice that we do public comment on retreats, but then obviously that doesn't quite follow the last line there, because it would be the day before that they were sending, like they're, like...
We did have that on our agenda for the retreat, that they were supposed to pre-register if they wanted to.
So we can just
remotely.
put that on an agenda instead of, and then just keep this how it is, no later than 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Because obviously they wouldn't do that today for today's meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We published it special for today's meeting because, again, the start time and the finish time of this meeting were totally different than our regular meeting. But yeah, we've been publishing it each and every time we put out a meeting agenda.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, Mayor Clark, maybe to address your concern, would the wording be better off to say no later than, 3 hours prior to the meeting or something? Because sometimes we also change our meeting start times, and I don't know if that has an effect, right? Like sometimes we start at 5 or 5:30. So we could make it be more of a of a delta from the meeting start time.
Yeah, I guess whatever is good for Krista and staff, I
Yeah.
think would be the best. What would be best
Exactly.
for you, like within whatever start time?
I think what we could do is say a specific time contemplating our regular meetings or is otherwise published for special meetings. And the reason I say that is because, 3 hours before an 8:30 start, was Krista supposed to start looking at this at 5:30 a.m., right? So we just have to try, to your point's very well taken, Councilmember Stewart, but we just have to be, contemplating any scenario. And so we can just have a caveat catch-all that just is really trying to capture or is otherwise stated on a published meeting packet.
I love that. No, Krista does not have to start at 5 a.m.
Did you have any other thoughts, Krista, about that?
No, just that I kind of had the same thing about, I was thinking this was for regular council meetings, but if the time changed, so you've addressed that. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Other than that, I'm good. Yeah, this looks awesome.
Sure.
We've been lucky so far. We probably won't always stay lucky. Things are going to happen. So, do we have any indication that for different meetings where there is hate speech that occurs and it's just allowed to happen, you just kind of, because they have their 3 minutes or whatever.
Because of the First Amendment. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's First Amendment, right? And everybody just ignores it, and then we move on. And so, is there anything that shows that this takes the wind out of it over time, or does it just one of those things that will just continue to pop up willy-nilly, random?
I appreciate the question. Krista's got her hand raised. Go ahead, Krista.
Well, I wasn't necessarily answering that question, but I did have one concern with the pre-registration is do we have any ability to verify or attempt to verify that it's a real person, or just anybody pre-registers? Because there are certain names that they've used that are obviously racist. And then do we have any sort of authority if somebody uses a racist name to pre-register and we think that they're not going to, I don't know how to describe it, do we have any authority if they have a racist pre-registration name that we think they might be a potentially problematic commenter?
So your question really does highlight that it's not a perfect system to avoid hate speech. Again, the First Amendment does allow for all types of speech, not just, speech that is considered, good decorum or pleasant, but even things that are highly offensive. That said, what we're talking about here is trying to manage your limited public forum so that you can conduct your business meeting and try to balance that effectively with the First Amendment. But there are other tools. So this is a good segue to another tool the council has in the event someone does pre-register. The name doesn't necessarily cause you to think that it's going to be someone who's, spewing hate speech for their 3 minutes of public comment. But if it happens, another thing that you could consider is a repudiation. So you can be ready to repudiate in the moment. You don't have to do it after the fact, but some councils that have, unexpectedly encountered this issue have repudiated it after the fact. But you could also, in the moment say, okay, I just want to say for the record, perhaps as presiding officer, Mayor Clark, you could consider doing this. You could formulate such a response in advance to be ready for it and just basically condemn the hate speech comments and say they do not comport with the city's values and something along those lines. You get the idea, but that can happen in the moment. Mm-hmm. And if you want to go further, you can have a more elaborate statement after the fact too.
I'm sorry, Carrie, when you say in the moment, do you mean you allow the person to speak
Have
and
their
then
3 minutes?
and then you respond, Because when you say in the moment, to me, that sounds like you start talking over the person.
No.
Because you also said that other cities then repudiated after the fact. So is that not after the fact? Because I was just confused with what you mean about in the moment as opposed to after the fact.
So to clarify, I'm not saying that you can cut off their comments or talk over them. They get their 3 minutes, as uncomfortable as it may be to sit through and tolerate, and then it can be repudiated. And I mean in the moment, as in right after, as opposed to at a subsequent meeting 2 weeks later, right? But you could do both too. Council could decide to do both. I just wanted you to be aware that repudiation or condemning the remarks is something that some councils have done. I don't know if anyone else saw this article, but I sent around a link. There was a school teacher that was apparently in the audience at a Spokane Valley, was it Spokane Valley or Liberty Lake? It was somewhere in eastern Washington where someone was using their public comment to make hate speech, and she stood up and led everyone in the room in singing a song to try to like drown it out. So, I mean, that's creative and interesting. Again, it's just, I think that person's in the moment reflexive. I mean, probably an elementary school teacher, I don't know, but someone who was trying to just drown out that speech with something more positive. And anyhow, I'm not suggesting that you start singing, but if you want to start thinking about how you would react, I think it's better to try to plan ahead than be caught off guard in the moment. Because, I mean, we experienced it once, nothing's to say we won't experience it again. This is unfortunately a trend. Of course, you know, world events could be contributing to that trend, so.
But drowning it out, does that not impinge on somebody's
Again,
First
it
Amendment?
wasn't the council doing it, it was a member of the audience, and so that's a little different.
So that is different. So
It
that's
is.
not a tactic open to us.
No,
we
it's
can't
not.
do that.
I
So-
only
because
share the story
that's
'cause
kind of
it was
confusing to
interesting.
me. So we should only really talk about strategies that the council could use. So we cannot start singing as somebody is giving public comment that we might find, you know, offensive. That would be up to another member of the public to do that, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Right.
that is
So if we
absolutely
want
not a
to
tool for the council.
So then if we want to say something after somebody has said something completely offensive, that our tactics happen right after the person has spoken, and then can also happen at a subsequent meeting also. But we would not begin to talk over them, sing over them, do anything. We would allow them to have their 3 minutes, and then we would react and how we decide that may be.
Correct. So, again, there are other things that councils do to try to not have public comment disrupt their meeting. I've been at council meetings where public comment has gone on for several hours. And so by the time the council gets to their actual business agenda, it's already late in the evening and they're getting close to their hour of adjournment, whatever that may be, often 10 p.m., right? And so, again, it's perfectly consistent with the First Amendment and the time, place, manner restrictions, viewpoint neutral and reasonable for your rules, as they do state to limit comments to 30 minutes total. So if you see the chambers packed with, let's say, 100 people wanting to talk about, let's just say, barricade removal, that usually gets the chambers packed, right? You can limit public comment. You make an announcement at the beginning and you set expectations and you say the total time allotted for public comment tonight will be 30 minutes. Each speaker given 1 minute, right? Just to get 30 people to talk, as opposed to 3 minutes, only 10 people can talk, right? So you can do that. Now your council rules give the presiding officer, Mayor Clark, the opportunity to extend for an additional 30 minutes. So your rules actually put in a maximum hour cap. Some cities don't do that, and I have sat through hours and hours and hours of public comment. And so, you know, you can also accept written comment, and that's something that the mayor can announce in the room is like, if you did not get a chance to speak, but you would like the council to consider your comments, please submit written comments. That is another tool. The OPMA does not require that the comments have to be spoken. They can be written only. Again, that may be too overly restrictive from your perspective, and you might not want to do that. Councilmember Stewart?
I love the idea of us having, you know, a prepared statement for the presiding officer, generally Mayor Clark, to read as you said, in the moment. I think that would be great. And while I love that a teacher stood up and sung over offensive comments, we actually have rules stating that people in the audience can't actually disrupt public comment, which probably makes sense because you don't want people just disrupting because they disagree with what somebody's saying, and there's a fine line there. So I would be in favor of us, asking maybe you, our legal counsel, to put together a statement that we have at the ready that we can read if we ever need, if the need arises. I'm also a fan of just going with what we have here as a barrier and adjusting only if necessary. I like that we're putting something in place to try to thwart disruptors, but to not make it too hard for people to continue to interact with us. So those would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Would others be supportive of me working towards some draft language to have at the ready? Okay, thanks for the head nods. Okay. And overall, is the feedback good for the change at the top of page 17? All right, you'll be seeing a resolution to implement that very soon. That's all I had, and then I wanted to reserve time if any of you had other comments about the current rules. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks for the feedback.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yep.
Thank you, Carrie. Do we have to do an adjournment or anything? Just thank you, everybody. All right. Yeah. Thank you, staff. This is awesome. All right. Enjoy the sunshine. Feel better, Councilmember Stewart and Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.